But Exile, if you're a rich man,
Yeah.
yeah?
If
Yeah.
I was a rich man.
Okay.
Okay.
So, we begin. Welcome back, everybody. Last time we left off, we were proceeding into a cave in the Cragmore region. So you tracked now with the help of your new friend, the tiefling paladin Morthos. You have recouped and gone back towards the goblin cave. You've gone forward from memory into the cave
Yes.
and are proceeding through its cavernous structure. The party of 4 of you, plus the newly captured and freshly squirming goblin Dran, also accompanies you down this cavern. So why don't we take a moment and describe your characters, where you all are. You are, your group is in the cave. To your left, there is a stream running from the cave out. So this stream comes from the cave and runs out. You're kind of on a bank that kind of hugs the right-hand side of this tunnel, going forward and going down further into the cave. And I believe anyone with, I think we may have resolved it last session, but anyone with dark vision who saw it across the way, across the stream, there is a steep climb up. Okay. Yep. This is where we were. So there is a steep climb up, with a little faint light coming through it. It's on the other side of the stream, but it's kind of like a very steep, fissure type, covered in rubble thing up. But you can see a small shaft of light come through a small hole up there. So yeah, take a moment and describe your characters to me. Tell me how you all are situated and what's currently happening.
Currently crouching on the moist, dirty cave of this goblin den of filth and villainy and scum. We have Tiber Siege, dressed in fine travelling garments, however dirtied by the climb up this steep cavern side of the wall. He is kneeling down, trying to stay out of sight. His long, wispy hair kept back, as in his palm he opens his hands out, and a beam of light flashes across his face, as this is the light Avallac'h conjured into existence, and he's holding it between his hands to dim the light so that the nearby goblins, no doubt lurking somewhere in the cave, these vicious things, no doubt waiting to ambush us, as he's crouching down. And as the light beam shoots out of the slits in his hand, you see his face and his stark green eyes as they reflect, and he watchfully scans the environment, looking for any signs, looking at tracks, any signs for an ambush. Still, the fresh scars and wounds of the goblins from the previous encounter with these foul creatures still aches against him, however they have been tended to, as he scans around and observes for the moment, however ever watchful, his brows fixed on any signs of danger. And he looks over to Avallac'h.
Now, was it traditionally Avallac'h would be your, as you'd think, your upstanding, was it sage, was it elf, wizard? One thing else with his was pale moon sort of complexion with his pale grey sort of eyes, standing at about 6'1". But given the certain circumstance, he is currently looking very much like our other goblin companion at the moment, and he's covered in its filth, only for the reasons of traversing the cave and also getting past the other little goblins itself. So he's thinking to himself, is it really worth it at this point? But we haven't died yet, so that's a good sort of indicator.
Fantastic. And a small goblin that you know to be Dran of this Cragmore tribe is looking quite nervous, especially at those who have used magic around him. He's quite frightful of it. He knows that magic hurts, but was also recently taught that magic can heal as well by, I believe it was Morthos, that had stabilized the creature from the bloody brink of what would have been a rather gruesome and grisly death for the creature. Morthos is a tall standing tiefling that towers, even among those of you that are tall, at 6'5", with a red hue to his skin, with darker features kind of coalescing the tips of his horns and his joints and other features. A bright golden spark is in his eyes that matches some of the markings in his armor and his the sigil of his patron god Tyr, the god of justice. Morthos has been traveling with you for the last couple of days, or has been an acquaintance of yours. You met him 2 days ago when you set out to find the whereabouts of a missing boy, Carp Elderleaf, the son of a worried mother, Colleen. And he has since followed you as a paladin, agreed to help right the wrongs of this area and help you in your aims to help recover your former or previous employers of Gundren and Sildar. He travels with you now, hulking in the back, his eyes peering forward into the darkness with a knowledge that is as impressive as his strength. And that leaves Gilmore.
Gilmore is a half-elf. He has more human traits than he has elf. He is currently sitting on the ground with his legs spread apart, and he's got his little lute. He's just playing quietly to himself because he's in love with himself. He's just so awesome. As he's playing to himself, he's looking down upon his instruments with his white gold eyes. He's slightly tanned, but everything looks really tanned in, a cave because it's all dark, but I'm tanned. Very light, only around 58, 60 kilos, at 6 foot tall.
Wow.
A hand strikes out from Tiber's Siege as he grabs the strings to silence them. We are...
Can I not talk? Was I singing?
Play. Please.
I'll put it back. So what's
And
the
so
plan, boss?
Just to further describe your surroundings, you're standing on, a cavern floor with slightly raised from the stream that runs to your left. Across that stream was a small opening that you guys had noticed. It goes quite steep upwards. However, if you were to proceed along this path that you're currently on, you can see that it descends and dips low, slightly, but ultimately you're actually climbing further up as you proceed in this cave, not further down. This cavern kind of climbs up, Um, any characters with dark vision here?
Elf.
If
You?
if you've got dark vision, can you roll a perception check?
I'm not really paying attention.
And do you have a high perception?
+3, but I'm not paying attention.
Actually, Exile, you've got a dim light source anyway, so you can have a roll as well at disadvantage.
Okay. Sure thing.
Right.
Oh, good disadvantage rolls.
That's a total of 19.
Nice. So, Rue, is your total 11, or do you add your thing after that?
Well, was that my passive wisdom perception thingy-majiggy? Or...
Oh, just your actual perception. So you just
No.
roll the d20.
That's a 2, so yeah, that'll be, what was it, 13.
That's alright. So, Siege and Avalok, you see in the distance that there is actually a rickety bridge kind of over top this passage that you're going down. So probably, I'm going to say probably 60 feet up ahead. There is a rickety bridge kind of spanning where your tunnel goes like this. There's actually a tunnel that goes over top that had a gap in it, and it seems that the goblins have fashioned a rope bridge across the top of it. It's a little further down at this point, and Siege, you notice that there is a goblin lying down on that bridge, attempting to remain hidden and acting as a sentry. And seeing the two of you notice the bridge, Dran whispers up to you, Siege, in Goblin, as you've spoken Goblin with him, and he's comfortable. He says, "Up there, usually Nuptuck, stay up there, usually him," and informs you that there is usually one guard that hides on the bridge to warn the further people on the cave about intruders and so on and so forth.
This, I speak in Goblin, this sentry, this spotter, it will take us to Goblin Chief. Yes. To Eunuch.
So he had told you that the two main leadership figures in this cave are Yimik
Sorry.
and Clark. And Dran had told you that Yimik is actually scheming against Clark, and that Clark believes himself to be a powerful warlord, only just beginning his career. So Dran now says, he says, Nuptuck is a good goblin, but mean. Everyone mean to Dran. And he will then explains, he'll explain to you that up ahead, so I'll try to do this in character as best I can. Up ahead, there is the stream on here, and he's pointing like you kind of scampering along quietly, pointing at the stream. He's like, with his hands, he's saying, "This stream go all the way deep into the back of the cave, and there is big pool. We have a big clever trap. Yeah. If Nuptuck see anyone come, he yell to other goblins, and they all let the water out, and it puts everyone out of the cave." He says, "But Yimik and Clark, they fine. They're high up. They're up on the high bits. Now, we have to and he points at the steep part across the stream, that kind of fissure, the steep climbing area with a little faint light at the top of it. Says, does I think that go through to Yimik. Yimik chamber with all of Yimik's goblins, all his raiders. Yeah, they do all the they wait on the roads and they take the caravans. But Yimik not like that. He has to bring everything to Clark. Clark has all the things that we take. They stay with Clark. Clark talk to boss. Clark boss talk to boss. Mm.
I see. And just as a question, so the we're currently in a tunnel, and there is
And right now, John's going in.
Yeah.
Good. I will live.
And we will see. We see. So there is a so just to clarify, so
Yep.
we're in a tunnel.
Mhm.
We just climbed from the main entrance chamber up
Mhm.
into this short tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
There, you mentioned there was a stream. Was there a stream running along this tunnel alongside us?
Yes.
There is a stream. Okay.
So there's water alongside you along the left-hand side.
Okay. And this stream is running up or down
From the cave out.
from the cave out. Okay. So it's running against us basically. So
Yes.
we're walking up. Okay. And up ahead, I spotted a rickety sort of bridge contraption, and it is above.
Above you.
Above us. Okay. So it's not
So not like
yeah.
in front and above.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the tunnel opens up. So the tunnel, there's like a short passageway. It opens up to a bigger room, and there is a rickety bridge
Sorry?
coming. Sorry.
Oh, it doesn't open up into a bigger room. It stays
Okay.
narrow.
It stays narrow. Okay. And so this tunnel goes down, and there is a bridge which goes further up ahead.
Across the top.
Across the top.
And you can see kind of the makings of two other passages on another level above you.
Yeah. And this one
Yeah.
goes straight ahead. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And from your observation of the goblin guard that Jan has informed you is called Nuptuk, Nuptuk has not noticed you. Gets bored a lot, quite lazy, and Jan tells you he's quite lazy and inattentive.
Okay. After conversing with this goblin, that foul goblin tongue, I turn to Avalok and I
And
speak
he
in
calls
Elvish.
you boss now. He's like, yes, boss. Quite,
Hmm.
they like having something to follow. They, feel like they don't,
Very subordinate like creatures, of course, craven, cowardly.
Exactly.
They need a leader. I turn to you, Avalok, and I speak in Elvish. This creature up ahead, I see there is some sort of bridge. It seems that this tunnel leads forward and cross sections with another passageway which runs across the very top, cuts it in half. There is a bridge I can see over there if you have a look. And I after looking at it, I close the light within my hand so I keep it hidden and dimmed. Over there is a goblin sentry standing there, and this thing here has told me of a trap that they use to unleash a great dam, a great water to flush us out. And I point to the flowing stream against us. We are in a dangerous spot. This thing told me that if we are to be spotted by the sentry, he may panic and call out others to release the dam, and we'll be washed back there. And looking back, there's like a 3. How far was the climb? How deep was the climb? Like 3 meters, 4 meters?
For what? Sorry.
The climb. We climbed up this into this cave, into this tunnel. How high was the climb we just climbed?
Well, I don't recall the climbing. Sorry. What was
We
that?
did climb.
Previous, like we're in this tunnel.
Oh, that's right. So no, well, perhaps you guys were actually at the base of the steep, the thing with the faint light at the top of it.
Okay.
Is that right?
Well,
I remember.
Yeah.
Did we have
Yes.
climbing rolls? Did we have
Yeah,
climbing
we
rolls
did.
last session? Okay, yeah. So you guys are checking out this. You're actually across on the other side of the stream. So now the stream's on your right. Sorry, and you're in this little like cutout of the wall that goes up. Sorry, I forgot about that. If you
That's
were
right.
climbing, it would have been up there. 'Cause
Okay.
there's no actual other climbing rolls.
Okay. So we're up there where we just climbed up on the side of this.
Yeah,
So
and so Dran has told you that up this way he thinks it's a he thought about the cave structure and he goes, I think this goes towards Yimik's raiders, or the Yimik's goblins.
I see. Yeah. And what you just described to us was just what was up ahead. If we just followed down the main path of the main.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see now. I remember. Okay, so essentially we don't see that trap. We don't see the goblin sentry. We see.
Well, that would have all happened anyway at that point. Like,
yeah. So,
anyone with dark vision would have seen that before you jumped across the stream to this area you're in now.
So we just climbed up. So now we're on this small tunnel heading towards Yimik's. This fissure of light. Yeah.
So what it is? Yeah. So it's really like this is like a so you would imagine in this cabin chamber that it leads to, that actually just like the rock had eroded and some rock had fallen in and caved in downwards into this other chamber, which has left this climbing path that you've now come up.
Yeah.
It's quite narrow. I would say only 2, or maybe you can only just squeeze 3 in at the top of it. But as you peer in, what you see, I'm sorry, I've only got I only shoddily drew it. It's kind of like you're peering in a hole.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Looking for
you're looking in.
Yeah.
And so as you look in, you can see 4 goblins poking at something at a fire. It appears that they are cooking something, or there's some food happening. You can hear a slightly louder goblin voice. You can't see it, but it's up to the left, and as you inspect the left-hand side of the wall, you see that the cave has a natural stage structure to it, with some stairs towards the back, a natural ramp that's been carved into stairs. So what you're looking at is straight ahead, kind of further back into the cave, probably, I don't know, I'll say probably 60 or 70 feet. Further out in front, you see goblins at a dimly lit smoldering fire with a pot over it. And they're there's some bedrolls around that campfire. This isn't, it's clearly they're temporary lodgings. They're along the left-hand side, to your left, there's a slightly higher, almost like a natural stage structure, and still on the left at the back, there's kind of a ramp with some loose stairs cut out leading up to it, and you can hear a voice coming from that direction, and anyone who speaks Goblin, which I think is you, would know, would hear that this voice is saying, "Make sure that it is well seasoned. I want a big chunk with all the good spices that we took off that trader." And you hear some goblin yaps and just yes boss. They're obviously just fixing up a meal.
My heart skips a beat as I realize they must be talking about Silmar. They're cooking him, these foul cannibalistic creatures.
You actually can see just out of the corner on the left-hand side a kind of a wooden a wooden post or restraining structure with a man tied to it, up on the high ledge where that voice came from. But you just see it out of the corner, through, you've got this limited hole, you guys are kind of looking through a cavern window, just kind of peering over the edge, and you do see a man that he looks rough, he looks so tortured. He's alive and breathing, but he's he's hanging in there. and he's restrained to this like I was almost gonna say like a cross, but not exactly. Like there's some wooden posts that they've fashioned to restrain him against, and have kind of bound him against the edge of
Mm.
the ledge.
Okay,
Um,
so I
and
assume
you-
I saw all this, or does everyone else see this as well?
You all, so the three of you see it.
Okay.
Morthos is still kind of climbing up behind you at the back, just kind of bringing up the rear.
His heavy scale armor making a
and
great
he's-
noise.
He's taking care of Dran, making sure that Dran doesn't go anywhere. He's still got him on a rope.
Mm.
Oh.
Okay.
And yes,
Well, looks like it sort of turned to was a Gilmore with the Tiber. That might be our the trader friend over there, sort of pointing towards the cross that was bearing there.
It looks.
yeah.
like
And sorry, you do recognize it to be
Mm.
Sildar.
No,
Anyone
so
who
this
can
is-
see, you can.
Mm.
He
Okay.
looks a lot less like himself,
Mhm.
but it's the same guy.
So, there's an answer. Sildar's over there. But it looks like we have a few was goblin friends as well.
Yes, we do.
Fine, let's just go in, kill the goblins, get Sildar out of the chains. Maybe he's strong enough to fight with us, maybe not.
There's a lot
If
of
worse
maybes
comes
in
to
your
worse, we can
plans.
use him as a little shield. No problems. As long as we get the map back, right?
Hi, but can you explain exactly why all those things are wrong to our dear Gilmore here?
I ignore him and look over to Morthos. Morthos. I believe we shall continue with the plan, and I'd say in common to everyone, because I'm not sure if Morthos can speak Elvish. Actually, he can. Sorry, switch to Elvish. We will continue with the plan. We will try to attempt to
Wait, we have a
solicit a
plan?
deal with this goblin to perhaps kill this bugbear, this Clark, as this goblin thing, Dran, has mentioned to us. If they double cross us, no, I'm not feeling good about this at all. Avalok, Gilmore might be right. Perhaps we should just kill them all.
Why don't we send Avalak here, this guy, he looks like a goblin, with our captured goblin. We send him in there and say that Avalak is a messenger from Clark, and Avalak says that he's smelly. And that will start a fight between, and yeah.
It has surprising merit.
We would be putting Avalok in danger. Perhaps.
Perhaps, but
If it
He's a
goes
big
wrong.
I'm sure you'll be able to come was a running to my proverbial sort of rescue. But
It's
anyway, this illusion should
Deceptive. It's dishonorable.
in this state, I don't think
Shrug.
we're fighting wizard goblins. Their sense of honor is sort of down to the fact of who's the biggest boss.
No, but we are better than this scum.
Well, if you
I
have an
suppose.
alternative plan,
No, I do not.
well, unless you somehow were able to sneak past us of the group cavorting over there and get on directly to Clark and start conversing with Clark himself. But will he hear our audience? Probably not. But that's another alternative.
It is a good plan, actually. Perhaps if we were to make them fight each other, spark some sort of conflict within these walls, we may be able to take our chance and free Silmar and get the 9 hells out of you.
Morthos mentions to you, he says, I do not wish to lie or cheat. However, I have no issue should you choose to. I have taken an oath that I must not. I will aid you in whichever you choose. However, he looks around at all of you and says, "There are many of us, and we are strong. It's very likely that we will have the upper hand, and they will come to our demands."
Perhaps, but having the advantage is probably nice.
Why don't we go in there, we kill all the little goblins, and then we persuade Ulak kill Clark? Otherwise, we'll just kill him. No worries. Ally. Because then, if we kill his little goblins, then he's got nothing left. Because then we can just, stab him. He's dead. No worries for us.
I suppose goblins are weak-willed. An example
They are
over
very
here.
weak-willed. And that can be very persuasive. I'll even play him a song.
I was looking at him in stark disbelief. Just 2 days ago, he was coughing up blood and dying, and I was dragging him from goblin arrows, myself riddled with goblin arrows. And I just can't. I look at you like you're insane. No.
I'm staring at you with a smile, going, yeah.
I grab my hand and put it on your forehead and kind of push you back down. It's like, yeah.
Yep.
Like push you back down away.
Well, at least he's full of ideas, I suppose. That sort of helps with the brooding and pancreative juices, but you need to make a decision.
Why don't we send Avlak in to magic missile Ulak with a message that it was from Clark?
Well, I
We
only
will
have one
hide.
shot.
We will hide in wait. Avalok, if you are willing, go forth and perhaps to create... No, I have an idea. A bright light. Well, the light I have, the light spell I have in my hands kind of dims, like goes brighter as I get an idea. I have an idea.
Divine inspiration.
Divine inspiration indeed. Avalok.
What did I put in that light? Eh?
Avalok. Go there and say to Yimik that Clark wishes to see him. Now,
Oh, perhaps. Right. Well, perhaps that could work.
with him gone, we shall take our
What?
chance.
What if, Avlak, you went in and released our old mate over there? That would take away any potential leverage this guy might have, and we have an extra ally. We can
No.
sandwich him.
I suppose we could do a bit of both. If Morthos over here can heal him as he's sort of coming down to assist whatever sort of scuffle ensues, and also dividing their forces by sending them the message, trying to get the goblins sort of split in that sort of sense. Perhaps. I think we can do both.
Perhaps, but I believe it will be a better chance to simply just grab him and run rather than attempt to deal whatever wounds he has. We'll be strong enough to drag him.
If you're strong
Just
enough to
for
drag
us.
him, then I think we'll proceed.
Look at Morthos and his massive size. I'm like, yeah, that's not a problem. He can drag him.
Morthos just nods and says, "Dildar looks injured. I can heal him."
I think we're in agreement.
Hopefully you'll be the only one in need of healing. Avalok, what do you suppose? Are you happy with this? We'll be waiting in here, and should anything happen, we'll burst out and slash and burn our way, and then make off with Sildar. I believe it's the only way we know.
Well, hopefully we'll survive this, so... Well, I suppose I begin my journeys. And so it's start to turn, and as it slowly towards the...
As he turns around, I'm going to cast Parlor Trick to make an odor around Avlak, like on Avlak's clothes, so that he smells goblin-y.
Okay.
I smell this as he does it. I sort of semi-stop for a second, and like...
I take out my weapon, my flail, carefully, not making any sort of noise with it, and just crouch and kind of prepare myself and try to sneak up really quietly, just trying to get to the edge of the border, just so we can just jump out and get to Avalok's aid as soon as we can. And a pang of guilt and unease spreads of my consciousness as I'm unhappy about this deception, this situation.
I'm standing like full height next to Tyler, and I've just got like my hands on my hips and my feet are spread, and I'm just looking at him with like a confused face, like, why is this guy crouching?
So you're standing at the mouth of the cavern in full plain view of the goblins.
You're crouching here, and I'm just standing like right behind you.
So the way it is that
like what?
like this window.
I don't see you, so
this is like the bottom of the cave, and this is like the top of the cave, and you've got like this little window area that you're looking through. You guys are all here. All the other the goblins around the fire are like 25 meters away, so they're quite.
And you sort of got to walk around to get.
And then the voice that you heard that's up near Sildar is kind of an equal distance, but are on your left hand side. So you've got kind of those goblins kind of ahead, slightly to the right, and then this stage area is kind of like, I would say it's more 15-20 meters to get to those stairs up the back. It's like 3.5 meters high. It's quite high up.
And just to clarify, I'm going to the camp to disrupt that, not trying to go up the stairs and talk to Clark, right?
Yeah, well, is it just you going?
Yeah, it's just me going at this point. Yeah. But I'm just making sure before so I don't walk up the stairs and talk to Clark. So I'm just saying clarifying the sort of plan.
To Yimik.
The Yimik, sorry.
Well,
yeah.
You don't know if that's him or not.
I don't know.
You just heard a voice.
Who was it? Yeah, the big was a goblin that's obviously up there. But no, I was just saying the other guy. So the plan was for me to just walk to the camp of goblins and disrupt that, create a fight, then run up and go get the rest with assistance once it begins.
You understood what you understood, so I'm not. Are you there asking me in character, or have you already left? I mean, that's.
Oh no! Well, yeah, I'll just
go wander off and just use me as inspiration. Just think about me when you're walking, and you'll end up where you need to be.
Okay. All right. So I that was walking. So around sort of the cabin as we were in my sort of goblin form, what is sort of being hunched, trying to take the characteristics of sort of a goblin, and so sort of walking towards the sort of camp where all these other sort of goblins are, I don't know, like poking at the thing they're sort of seasoning or cooking itself.
Yeah.
And I was sort of approaching. Did they notice me sort of walk up and approach?
Yeah, so you're going up to the goblins around the fire?
Yeah.
Yep. They just kind of, they look at you, they yap, and they say, Dran? And you're like, or whatever. You know,
I don't speak
they assume
goblins,
that you're
I'm
Dran. They understand, because I believe that was the form you chose with the illusion.
Yeah. Well, very similar too, because the only sort of plot of reference I got. So, and I sort of just say, no, and sort of nod towards them and continue. Actually, yeah, that's right, and then continue towards the stairs.
Okay.
Themselves, and I start to walk up the stairs because what I want to eventually get to is Sildar. Yeah.
As you walk up the stairs, you do notice a goblin slightly larger than these other goblins. He looks tougher, stronger, and appears particularly vicious. And as you start to walk up the stairs, he says, "Who's that?"
And I'll sort of gruff out, "It's Dram."
It's like,
Is he in goblin or in common?
Yeah, and so at this point he's like, he seems a little weird that it's happening in common, but he goes along with it for now. He says, "Aren't you outside? Well, you should be outside, shouldn't you?"
Oh, no, I came in because wolves came nearby. I was going to ask for assistance.
Ah, okay. So You know what?
Yeah,
Roll deception.
roll deception. Oh shit! Well, how is my
So
deception?
he realizes he's speaking English or not.
Oh, I've got a +1 to it. Correct. Yeah, this is gonna be good. All right, so let's check it.
No, I'm like, as soon as I remembered he doesn't speak Goblin, I just went, shit. I haven't realized that yet, but like...
I do have a spell to comprehend languages, but I haven't prepared it, so I'm so that was kind of a misnomer. So we got 18 and +1, 19. Fuck you.
Okay. Alright. I'll just quickly roll a d20. He rolled a 1.
Oh, he failed.
He is. Yeah.
Yes.
So he's like, oh, okay, and he yells out to the goblins at the fire. He's like, you know, speaks in goblin here, and so Siege, you can hear them call out. You can hear him call out. He calls out to 3 of the goblins. Oi, you! Keep cooking. The rest of you, go out the front and deal with the fucking wolves. And they go, what I'm saying is like, what's with the wolves? And he says, no, not the ones in the front cave. They're out the pack of fucking wolves out the front. Don't want them coming into the cave, fucking us up.
I wince at the filthy goblin tongue, the language. But you know, I watch, you know, what happens,
And so what?
Confused, but
well, one of them keeps, you know, dealing with lunch, and 3 of the goblins get up, get their gear, and start running. They're like, "Don't eat without us. We're coming back." And the one cooking's like, "Yeah, I hope you die so there's more for me." You know. And so 3 of them get up and run, and you can hear their footsteps go, and then you hear like a ricketing on the bridge, and you can hear the echoes, and you know, and anyone who's still kind of on this steep escarpment will probably assume that these goblins might be running past them in a minute or so, and may notice them as you're still kind of on this one side of the window hole.
Okay.
That
and the main entrance behind us, they'll notice us crouching there, and like. So basically,
you have reason to believe that the goblins will be running behind you soon.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I will tell you.
Yeah. Okay.
And you do know that this is their cave, and
yeah,
they have dark vision and such.
Okay. So as soon as they leave,
at this point, Yimik is going to say to Dran, like, you know, and he'll say it in common. He's like, "Why are we talking in common?"
I'm practicing. We saw humans nearby, just in case we know their language. If they tend to.
Oh yeah, and he points. Says yes.
Yeah.
Like this one.
That one.
And he's at this point he's sitting on like some kind of, you know, boulder, just kind of, you know, playing with a knife in his hands. He says, "Yeah, that's right. You know, Boss Clark told me, you know, send the raiders out, go find the human, go find the dwarf, take all the gear, take the map, give to Boss Clark, but then Clark take all the rest of the stuff. Me and my boys only get scraps."
And
he says to you at this point now, you know, in common, and he's approaching Sildar and is grabbing Sildar by the jaw. He's like, you know, "But look at this. Me and my boys, we get the results." And he's like grabbing Sildar by the jaw. He's like, and he points his knife at you. He's like, "You know, if push came to shove in here, you'd be with me, wouldn't you? Not Clark."
At this exact moment, I would like to motion and attempt to stealth inside the cavern, stealth down.
Okay.
And start heading in. So what I understand, there's one goblin at the fire, distracted by the fire, and there's Avaloch, and there's this big other goblin towards Sildar over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
he's currently holding Sildar by the face.
Yeah. So this is exactly. I'm gonna.
Okay.
Try
Do you
to
signal? Do you signal everyone to come with you?
Or just
Yep.
yourself and move on. Oh,
I signal Gilmore and I signal Morthok.
Yep.
And yeah, I attempt
And what
to.
about Dran? It's Morthos. Morthos is holding him with a
Morthos.
rope right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just
It's probably, I don't know.
Morthos.
I'm not sure what he's doing. Maybe he's going to drag him along, but
Yeah.
I don't
So
care.
So Morthos sees you motion and says to Dran like,
Mm.
and like
Maybe like grabs
kinda
his head and his
yanks
mouth
him.
so he can't speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I attempt to sneak up.
Okay. Roll stealth.
Yeah, towards the at least towards the main fire, because I think there's like a fire pit in the middle, and then they're off to the side. So I'm going to sneak up
So
on
the
the goblin.
fire's more towards the back of the room, kind of near their bedrolls. It's kind of like a little makeshift little goblin raider.
Okay, so
like,
which is
campsite.
closer, the fireplace or Avalak and this goblin thing?
Avalak and this goblin.
Okay, so I sneak up towards them, and Sildar. All right.
Okay. So roll these. Add your stealth.
Rolling at disadvantage. Padded armor.
Killer, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll for
7
Morthos.
total.
Yep. Oh, so Morthos will be rolling at disadvantage as well. Hey.
Oy.
Ooh.
That's
Rough.
scale mail.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright.
And Gilmore? Oh, 11 or 13, yeah. Okay.
The total of 13, total of 7,
Mhm.
and a 1. So, just gonna do one more d20 roll here.
Yeah, for our goblin.
Yep.
You got a higher stealth check than us.
And one more. Fucking ones.
So yeah,
Um,
I
well,
think Morthos like
the-
critical
that-
failed, so
that-
that should be fun.
Well, that last d20, that 1, was for the goblin's perception. That was what-
okay.
of your stealth. So every time you roll stealth, you roll it against the perception of. I don't know
Yeah.
how to do this when there's 2 ones. Like,
Do they?
anyway, I will say, as Morthos is at the back, Siege and Gilmore, you guys clamber up and start to make your way alongside this wall
Yeah.
of the stage.
Yeah.
So like the cliff is high and you're kind of just ducked in. You can hear Yimik talking to fake Dranru, or Avalak, about loyalty and telling him like, you know, that he does all the real work. He's the real muscle. He's like really the brains of the operation here.
Mm.
As you start to climb up, you start to hear clinking come behind you, and you hear these goblin raiders like now all G'd up with their swords drawn, running out to the front of the cave.
Mm.
You know, all kind of ready to go. They're still a way off though. It's like echoes at this point.
Yeah.
So you and Gilmore manage to sneak along the
The side of the cavern.
the side of the cavern, start to kind of slink, going low to the ground, almost on all fours as you kind of get up the stairs. You know, and you're kind of going up, and so I'm gonna say, Gilmore, you're probably just like about to touch the base of these stairs. Siege, you're probably nearing the top
Mhm.
when you hear a giant crash come from behind you. Well, not a giant crash, but like
Yeah.
you hear like a whipping of chains as Morthos kind of trips out of the window opening, and in doing so kind of yanks Dran by the rope around his neck, kind of almost flinging him forward through the hole a bit, going, you know, and it's at this point that Morthos, with a goblin prisoner, is noticed by Yimik and the goblin around the fire, but he has not yet seen Gilmore and Siege.
Okay.
And are we?
Well, yeah.
I like point at. I tug on your robe, Siege.
Okay.
And I'm like, are we killing him?
And
I probably though you
at
do
this
that.
point,
As soon as that crash happens, I turn and see that crash. I see that we've been discovered. I jump out and attack. So, Gilmore, you
Let's
attempt
do
to do that,
initiatives.
but however, you grab the end of my cloak. I just quickly rip away as I just run forward at this Yimik thing.
Do some
Unfurling
initiatives,
my copper flail and just like, and I just lunge at him just from
Okay.
my position. So,
guys. Okay, so I need initiatives.
all right.
I'm gonna just roll the goblins really quick. Ooh.
Ooh, okay. So,
Best initiative roll on that.
all right. Gilmore's a 15. I have an Siege has an 18 total.
Okay.
All right. Probably
Uh,
like you see like
And a 15 for
Gilmore.
Gilmore. And what's the Avalak
Does Rune
initiative
need
here?
Oh, do
Well, yeah, you're in,
Alright.
you're in the room.
Do you see like I don't know like maybe you might see it or might not
I
depending.
see.
You
I
see like a
see
form come behind
Oh.
Yimik.
Yeah, I hear the crash and the formula itself. And all,
Yeah.
but I can roll a initiative, but I didn't want to attack anybody because he still
Well,
doesn't
you
know.
don't have to. It's just so that
Yeah.
we can break down time even.
Oh,
so if you
time,
want
yeah,
to do
but-
anything in this time, you can do anything in that time.
Oh, fair. Yeah, alright, I'll roll. then.
Because at the moment, Yumik sees you as Dran, one of his goblin underling
14.
raiders.
Yeah, that's right. So I got a 14. So.
14?
Plus your
Okay.
initiative.
Plus, yeah, that'll be there's a 1 minor. Yeah, so that'll be
15?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would say, that, I don't think they're surprised, but I'll don't worry, I've got it figured out for the stealth thing.
Mhm.
So the initiative of the goblins. So going off that, the first goblin at the fire, has managed to notice and respond quite quickly here, and gets away from the fire. And you hear Yimik yell out, and because at the moment the only intruders that have been noticed are kind of upon this crash happening. It was probably the initiative, what sparked the initiative.
Yeah.
So Morthos is the only one who's been instantly noticed at this point.
Yeah.
And so Yimik is going to yell out instantly, "Get him!" You know, yeah. So this goblin by the fire instantly drops cooking shit, you know, and will draw his bow, and run towards Morthos, and take a shot at Morthos from beside the fire, and he will be rolling
Just a quick
his
question.
attack.
Yeah.
Yep.
What did Morthos get in terms of his initiative?
Oh, yep. So let's roll Morthos' initiative right now. Thank you for reminding me. 16.
I think it's +2
Oh,
for him.
No. He's got no initiative bonus.
Okay, so 16. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, he stumbled and fall. So.
Yeah.
All right. Yep.
Oh, yep. So so the attack roll was 3 +4. That does not hit Morthos' armor class. So an arrow just whizzes past Morthos, and he kind of just starts to glare at that. So and now next up we have Siege. I'm going to say that because you were hidden, unseen attackers have advantage on attack rolls. So if you're going for a attack roll,
Mhm.
as you said you were going to strike with the flail, you
Yep.
can roll attack with advantage.
Attack
As you're
with advantage.
unseen.
All right. So I'm doing that. So let's get that roll on. So 12 plus I think it's just that 12. Just 12. All right.
Okay,
Just
12.
12 total.
Okay, unfortunately, that will just kind of glance off Yimik's armor.
Mhm.
And
So I burst from the shadows with this great flying copper flail, intricately designed with various symbols of Joaquin and her faith and coinage, as that comes down and smacks across what this goblin is. It does it have like a shield, or what kind of gear does this goblin
yeah,
boss
so he's
look
got
like?
he's got a scimitar and a buckler.
scimitar and buckler. Okay, so I just bring it down. However, this thing manages to see me coming, as I'm not very graceful and not very. I just kind of swing wildly at him as the copper flare gets deflected, as I start bringing it around, flinging it and swinging it around for another strike.
Okay. Next up is Yimik. He's going to retaliate against you and roll d20 at you. He rolls a 1. So he'll attack at you and has he's quite vicious, he's like, this is his den, and he's just right in the middle of a power speech to one of his underlings that believes is Dran, and now it's like wanting to exert that and protect what's his. He's feeling very like, his emotions right now are very like, I don't get the recognition I deserve and you're not going to take it from me. And he swings wide with his scimitar and kind of absolutely air swings it, totally furious, totally emotional.
Falls onto me, into my elbow, and I elbow him slightly, knocking him down, making him stumble back slightly as...
And I'm going to say, actually, from that, you managed to shove him back 5 feet, kind of away from you and away from Sildar, because he was like right in front of Sildar. Cool. So that's his turn. Next up is Morthos. Morthos is going to run towards the goblin that shot him with a short bow, kind of just yanking Dran along with him with the rope.
Yeah.
So he's kind of got one behind him. He's got his shield hand here, and he's got the rope in this hand, and he's, using it to kind of just pull Dran along. And he's got his longsword in one other, and he's just going to run up to this other goblin and longsword attack, straight up to him. And you can kind of see like this very trained, anyone who is focusing on this or has vision of this, so probably just Avalak, can see that Morthos, his body has just shifted into this combat mode of training, and you can see him just assume the forms and the stances of his of the training of his order, and he runs with a determination, unsheathing his sword while somehow gracefully managed to keep a vile prisoner alongside him, strides, dragging this miserable little thing behind him, and in one move kind of draws and cuts with his longsword. Going to be a 10 and which unfortunately is just deflected by this goblin. Actually, no, sorry, I'm mistaken. He's got a short bow out, not a buckler. So AC is lower, which does hit, and it connects. And he will roll longsword damage.
I think it's 1d8, 1d8.
Yes, 1d8. And does 4 points of slashing damage to this goblin. Yep. And he just goes, it's Vortir! Trust us! Next up, we have Gilmore. Oh, actually, Gilmore and Avalak in the same, as with a 15 initiative.
Gilmore, you
anyone
first.
want to go for? Okay, Gilmore first.
Okay. I'm going to practice my cutting words, even though I can't use it. I'm just going to insult this man, and I'll be like, man. I look at him and I like dance around and like, oh! That's because I'm kind of surprised, and I say, your cabin is disgusting. You have no friends. You're not the commander of anything. Suck. And I cast Prestidigitation at the same time as I do that to like just dirty some of his armor.
I'll say for flavor you can, mechanically you cannot, but for flavor that's fine.
Siege is serious, like he's hearing this jabbering guy. He's seriously thinking you're insane now.
And so, kind of with this now vocal authority, you tap into your deep bardic magics, and you bring forth these words that for Yimik ring with a little extra truth than would normally, and roll your cutting words attack.
I can't because I don't know it yet. I'm just practicing it for the next level.
What?
I don't have it yet, but it's something that I'm practicing for the next
Oh,
level.
so you don't actually do cutting words.
No, I'm practicing cutting words because I can't do it.
Oh, so you insult him. But
Yeah.
what do you do for your action?
I don't have
You
an action. That's what I'm doing. I'm insulting him and dirtying his armor.
Well, with
And that's it.
okay, you can do prestidigitation as your action and dirty his armor up and.
Demoralize him.
Yeah.
Demoralize it. That's what I
Like
wanna do.
goblins hate dirt, you know.
Okay. Well, ignore all that cool shit about the bardic authority of your voice. That ain't right. You don't have that right now. But you know what?
Yeah.
Roll a persuasion check.
20.
How dare you say that?
Oh god, that's
Okay. It has.
14. Yeah.
What is it?
It's 11. Sorry.
Okay. It has no effect on him. Next up is Avalok. If Avalok wants to do anything at the moment.
Yeah. I actually know all I want to do is move. So how close am I to Sildor? Am I fairly close or?
Yeah, you're probably within 5 or 10 feet. So
2 meters.
Cool.
well,
Well,
probably 2 or 3 meters.
yeah, cool. Well, I just want to make a move and like get closer to him. At this
Okay.
point. Yeah. And what do I want to do?
So you go right next to him.
Yeah, I go right next to him.
Okay.
So, yeah, and this gives me a good view of like the battle going on too. I assume like the position I was in and now in, I can still see what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you're
right.
perceptive.
Yeah, cool. Right. Well, at this time, and Yumi can't, and he's got his back to, and he's distracted by.
Well,
Tiger
he's just been
and-
shoved off.
He's shoved off. And
He
stuff.
can see you. He
Oh,
can see
right.
you.
Right. Okay.
I would
Well-
say he'd be rolling perception with disadvantage for anything he sees on this battlefield. If you are trying to attempt to conceal something, you can probably roll a sleight of hand or a deception to try and hide if you want to do something sneakily.
Honestly, at this point, because he's distracted. I think at this point we'll just get rid of the charade, and I want to. Was it chromatic orb at him in my
Okay.
goblin form?
At Yumik?
At Yumik. And also another thing too, before I do the roll to see if it actually hits, I'm going to use my potent divination. One of my rolls
Okay.
I used, so I'll
So what do you have?
that's apparently what I got to do. Oh, well, apparently that's how it works. I got to say that I'm
Yeah.
going to use it before I use it. But first, we'll see roll, see how well I get.
Chromatic orb.
So first, let's see what do we get. I go 14. I replace that with my 20.
Okay.
So I've used one of them. I've got
Okay.
the other one left.
So when you woke up that day, you obviously rolled those dice. You had a 20 and
Yeah.
one other dice.
I rolled
Cool.
them before we got
So
it.
you've chucked a 20 in there.
Yep.
That would be a crit. That'll roll critical.
Cool. And
From what I
now,
understand.
I've got to
Um,
do 3d8. Yep.
Is that the damage of chromatic orb?
What we got here, so if the attack hits, the creature takes 3d8 damage of the type you choose. So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So you roll double that amount of dice, from what I understand.
Alright, so it's
68.
668
16,
at level 2.
At level 2, motherfucker. Yeah. And
29.
Describe your kill with what elemental type and everything.
right, as
He
I
has been
sort of,
destroyed utterly.
yeah, as I sort of
That is awesome.
creeped over towards the Silver and sort of got myself placement, I had these thoughts of, should I do something sneakily? Shouldn't I? No, time to avail this. At the same time, too, my goblin disguise sort of unravels, as in sort of like just mystical sort of aura and sort of sparks or whatever else sort of exude around me. And from that, it's just me looking at a hand of, was it pure sort of lightning? Well, it looks like lightning. It's starting to shimmer all around the sort of cave, brighter than the light we can see down at the sort of campfire itself. And I assume Yumik at this point would actually notice, there's
Mm.
that thunder, is that lightning, and there's that light.
He notices a goblin change shape
Change
in front of
shape.
him and conjure.
And with this hand or whatever, I just and then I sort of like turn my hand or whatever, and just sort of a kind of like slight disgust, and just throw it right towards Yumik, right at his head.
Fantastic.
As I finish my little dance and insult, I see Yumik explode, and I just stare at my hands.
Yeah, so you throw at his head. Like, describe what happens to, like, the actual...
Yeah.
Describe what happens to the actual goblin. So, like, what happens?
So as you throw it or whatever, because it's lightning, it just within a light second, bang, this crack, this lightning. It sounds like it's especially in a cave. It's cavernous, so it vibrates all around or whatever. This goblin, basically, as you can see, because you're still looking at Yumik, sort of enlarges for a slight second, and then just explode entirely. It's all everywhere. There's green, there's charred remains or whatever, bits of his arm. Was it, just around? Was it the campfire itself? Any other goblins there? And all they'll be like, what the hell just happened? Yourselves, I imagine,
I fall to the ground, and then the aftermath was just massive explosion. This goblin was not too far away from me, actually. So, boom! I just fall to the ground, covered in green goblin blood and guts. The putridness, the disgustingness, as this cracking, deafening sound reverberates through the entire
and you've got
cabin.
that sort of like that high pitch, like
the flashbang.
Yeah.
That's like a flashbang.
I'm just like covered in the front of me is just covered in gunk and shit, and I run over to Serge who's fallen down, and I help him up, and I say, "Look what I did! Oh, that was so cool!"
I just hear you like screaming and like. I can't hear you. I can't hear what you're speaking. It's like I just hear like. I'm just trying to push you off me. I don't want to deal with you now. I get up. And, what's next? Who's next? Yeah, Gilmore. Whatever.
Well, combat's kind of over, apart from
No, there's
One
one
goblin.
goblin. One goblin with a short bow over by the cooking fire. That is going to use his bonus action to disengage. Which means anyone he runs past will not get a opportunity attack on him, and he will run further down the cave. And he will use his actual action to dash and double his movement, and is running down towards this side of the bridge. Because you have climbed up in this, he's going to run down towards where, in your mind map, you would imagine that connects across the bridge, and he's running down towards there saying, "We have intruders! They killed Yumik! They used the magic!"
I start like slowly kicking Yumik's body and body parts, trying to find some loot.
Yep. So, next up on the initiative order, we still have Siege, if you want to do anything.
Okay, yes, so
this other goblin that is running
yeah.
is just about to go out of sight. Like,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
just kind of all the way down there. I would say he's... probably 70 feet.
Yeah,
down
he'd be a
the
bit far
tunnel.
away because he was fighting Morphos and he was back there. So
Yeah,
I'm
he
actually-
used his whole action to
yeah,
retreat.
I wouldn't notice him. So Gilmore came at me, the bang, the explosion. I threw him off me. I'm gonna stumble up, try to get my bearings for a second. I'm really dazed. My entire action is just going to be like walking over or like stumbling over, should I say, to the to Silmar. And I'll just take my dagger out and try to get him out of there. Try to cut him loose.
Yeah, cool.
Like, what kind of bonds does he? Does he have metal shackles or?
Yeah, so just hemp rope.
Hemp rope. Okay, so I work at them and I start cutting that. And after making sure there's no goblins around, anything I was going to swing at, I drop my copper flail again at the base and just kind of work at it and just get him out of here. And I start cutting. So
Yeah, cool.
That's my action.
You managed to kind of to cut through his bonds. Morthos was next up in the initiative, and I'm gonna actually have him come around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna attempt to pursue this goblin,
Mm-hmm.
and what I understand.
Face me, you coward! He screamed at Thaumaturgy, booming voice.
The cabin starts to shake. Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm still dazed massively.
Yes. He is going to chase the goblin and manages to move within 30 feet. No, within 40 feet of him.
Mhm.
And he is going to cast Command on this goblin.
Mhm.
Don't know how I do this.
I can read up quickly.
Thank you. If someone can cast Command for Morthos.
Command. He has to be within. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry about that.
Wisdom saving throw.
60 feet.
That's
Yep. The saving throw is Wisdom saving throw. The target must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw, or follow the command in its next turn.
Okay.
Yeah, because you got either approach, drop, flee, grovel, or halt.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to roll a wisdom save for this goblin. He does not make the save.
Okay.
Morthos is going to yell out, "Return!" and command this goblin to come back.
Yep. Yeah. So that happens mechanically. That happens on the goblin's next turn. So
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He loses a turn basically.
Next up is Gilmore and Avalok. You want to do anything right now?
I'm just going to start casting Predigitation on myself to clean myself up.
Okay.
At this point, I'm just sort of helping with getting our compatriot out of here. Well, helping Tiber sort of getting moving.
Mm. As soon as you come up to me, I kind of shook and I kind of freak out that you're there. I can't hear anything just yet.
Yeah.
But I see you and I just like get you to help me or something.
Yep. And so Sildar, like, you free him and he kind of collapses onto Siege a bit and like
Grab him.
like, and you hear him going, "Thank you, thank you," and he kind of, he gestures for himself to be lowered because he's been suspended, tied up the whole time, and just he comes down. I'm just gonna do a quick roll here just for him to be dropped in, because I just feel like it's kind of weird how we got combat happening in one section, so I just want to give him an initiative roll at the same time. Technically Siege's turn.
My entire action will just be trying to pick him up or drag him or help him along back towards the cave we jumped out of. So
Okay.
try to get to exit as quickly as possible.
So I'll say you're able to help him get up, and he can walk, but he just needs to be
Helped,
kind of walked with. You and him are next to each other in your initiative orders, so I'll actually just say that both of you can move 45 feet back towards the original cave, and you're kind of just at the entrance of it, and you can see this goblin walking back towards Morthos. So Morthos is like wrangling one goblin in a rope in this hand, and kind of commanding,
"Come here,"
pointing at this other one. You see him; he's like the goblin whisperer right
now. Come here, my pretties, my collection. So
he's returning. This goblin's coming back towards Morthos.
Yeah.
And Morthos is
I don't pay too much heed to him because I see that he's still standing, so I'm still very dazed. I'm still trying to grab this guy. I do, however, take a second to pick up my copper flail, so maybe I move 30 feet or something. Yeah. Alright, that's all I'm doing. I'm just saying, we have to get out of here!
Cool. Next up, the goblin takes his turn, returning to Morthos, and does so directly. Next up is Morthos' turn. Morthos is going to restrain the goblin using some rope. Just gonna roll. Yep. So he uses this other end of the rope and kind of ties this goblin up along with Dran here on this one rope, and he's now kind of holding it in one, and they're both there. And so he's restrained the other one.
He's enslaving them.
Soon you'll have a goblin army.
I'm lawful good, I'll enslave you. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And For his movement, he's
Yeah.
going to drag them up to Dildar's tying post, and he's going to move up towards the stage.
All right.
So, does that count as
Um,
combat over or not?
I think so. So he's then going to tie
Trained and
both Dran and this other goblin now to this wooden post, and restrain both of their hands and things, and not wanting to kill them, and still kind of upholding his word, ties them up. Yeah.
All right.
For the
Was there-
first
was there,
time in
like,
this
thing
party's
to it? Yeah.
history, I want to search the remains of the guy we just killed for anything. to
Okay.
loot.
So, most of the goblins that you've seen, all their weapons and armor is usually like pretty crap. Like it's usually like just pickings. Yimik's scimitar is actually of just a good enough quality that you could sell in a shop. Like
Okay.
all the other ones are like little rusty daggers and like little bits of
Crap.
shit. Whereas Yimik actually has quality equipment, not magical or anything special or anything. It's actually of okay quality. So you find on him, he's got a scimitar, he's got a buckler, he has 3 gold teeth that you find.
Yep.
They're still kind of a bit warm. And 15 gold pieces on
Yes!
Yimik.
I'm going to quickly. I'm going to roll sleight of hand to try and snatch up the gold before anyone else notices
Okay.
that it's
Well,
there.
As a note, I'm
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
approaching the cave entrance now, trying to help this Sildrag guy climb up the cave. So I'm not facing you at all.
I'm
So see-
following close behind. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
so
sweet.
they're probably not even there to roll perception.
No,
You're
not
just
at all.
kind of, yeah, you're picking over the things. You've got it.
Not
Roll
at
a
all.
6 for an extra 15.
I do turn over to Morthok as he's still tying. He's doing something with his goblins on the tying post. Say, Morthos, let's go! I was moving. I'm moving right now. I
Yeah.
don't care. I'm not waiting for anything.
And Morthos is going to run back towards you and Sildar,
Mhm.
and he's going to say, "Wait, I can help." And he implores you to just kind of halt for 1 second.
We
before he
can't
climbs
wait.
through.
There are goblins coming.
He says, "Quickly, I can heal him." And he starts to he clutches his holy symbol with one hand and puts his hand on Sildar's shoulder, and you can visibly see some of these cuts and abrasions dull. Like there's no, like the blood dries up, some of the wounds close up. He gets a bit more vigor back, a little color returns to his face, as
My
Morthos
eyes are filled with wonder at this miracle before my eyes.
He has
as
just,
it's
invoked
stitched
his-
together.
his paladin divine magic of lay on hands, and has given some vitality back to
I get a fearful expression as I look at
to Sildar.
Morthos' thing.
and
Yeah.
Sildar is like, thank you, I feel much better.
We need
Thank
to
you.
go. We need
It's
to
like,
go.
yes,
Let's
Quickly.
go. Can you walk?
yes,
Let's
I'm
go.
fine. And yeah, do you
This
say
way.
something, Gilmore?
Yeah, just quickly. I got 15 gold from that, 3 gold teeth, and what else? The sword? What was the
Scimitar.
sword called?
This is just a standard scimitar and buckler.
Okay, I'm going to pick up the scimitar. I don't know how to spell that.
Yeah, Scimitar.
That's, yeah. Is it, what type of weapon does it count as? Long sword, short sword?
As a scimitar.
It's
It's
its
a
own
certain
type.
type.
Oh,
So
it's
it's a
a certain
curved.
thing.
It's a
Okay.
curved sword.
Cool.
So like the bad guys from Aladdin.
Yep.
Like
Gotcha. No worries. I'm going
Scimitar's
to take
super.
that and leave the buckler there.
yeah. Cool. All right. So you guys are climbing back down, and does everyone roll a quick athletics to kind of get down this
Yeah,
thing
sure.
you've climbed up to get here?
All right.
I'm gonna roll for Morthos.
It
Morthos.
was Ulak, wasn't it?
No, one's
So Yimik
Mimic.
was the goblin.
Mimic.
I'll type it now.
So, Avalok,
I'll go 15.
Yeah.
I have like 15, myself 14.
Anyone over a 10? Totally fine.
Cool.
Okay.
Morthos stumbles around in his armor again.
Gals.
Almost falls.
Yeah.
Big
It
thing.
just takes him a little bit longer, so he's probably like one movement behind you guys. You
Mm.
guys are then wading through the stream, at which point you see 3 goblins at the mouth of the cave. Kind of, they're kind of rushing back into the cave.
Shit! I
Keep moving.
dive to the side.
And they've noticed you.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna need initiative again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haha!
Very nice.
So, oh, hit
And
6.
just type your totals for me.
Yep.
Am I there? Or am I still gonna catch up? I don't think I'm there at the moment.
Okay, so I'll say you're climbing back down with Morthos. So just
Okay.
roll it anyway,
Roll anyway. All right.
it's not about attacking. It's just about time. It's just
Cool.
breaking things down into
14.
time. Okay, so just so it's easy for me, anyone get 25 to 20?
Yes.
What'd you get?
21.
21. Nice. 15 to 20?
Yeah. Oh wait.
What are your numbers?
I don't.
No.
No, you got
Gilmore.
14.
Sorry?
Gilmore
I
had
don't have
14.
15 to 20. I've got 14,
Okay.
not 15.
Okay, 10 to 15, so 14 for Gilmore? Yep.
Yep.
Anyone? Any 10 to 14? No. 5 to 10?
Oh, 5 to 10, yes. 6.
Okay. We'll roll for Morthos. 5. I'll roll for 3 goblins. 7, 11. That becomes
Yeah.
9, 13.
Ow.
Goblins are dexterous little fuckers.
Oh.
Okay. So first up, Siege. You see these 3 goblins. One of them's got a bow on his back. 2 of them have scimitars and are, running up
And
to you
buckles
guys.
as well.
Yep.
Yeah, well, yeah, I charge because they're between us and the exit.
Yeah.
I have to get past them, so I rush them, and I take out my flail and I swing it. And by the way, there's no 2 guys as well. I'm really bad with this flail. I'm just swinging it wildly. I'm not
Oh,
proficient in
God.
it at all.
Yeah.
I just happen to, yeah. So I just attack the nearest one, so the one probably this buckler. I got a 17.
Yeah, that hits him.
Okay.
That's
All right, and I'll just do damage. 1d8. 4 damage.
Alright.
All right. So, have I dispatched him, or is he just brutally wounded?
No, you've just done, you've wounded him.
You've wounded him? Okay, I've wounded him. Okay. So, I, seen these goblins just start coming out of the mouth of the cave. With the adrenaline rushing from the previous encounter from the escape, and I just see the light from the outside world, from this filthy goblin-infested caverns. I see these 3 things in my way, and they will not do. So I just run out, and I just rush through, stomping on the on the stream, and start swinging this flail, and I just scream, "Out of the way!" Boom, and I hit the goblin across the head.
Oh, and you
He
clonked him.
goes down, stumbling back, not wounded,
Yeah.
as I just ready, still spinning this copper flail of death for another swing.
Great. Okay. Next up, we have 14. Was that Gilmore?
Yeah. How far away am I from Siege? If I use my movement, will I get to him or not?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to go, 5 feet behind Siege,
Yeah.
and I'm going to just, kind of just crouch behind him and try and hide behind him, but still trying to get outside to where the earth is. So I'm, close behind him, but, so the goblins can't hit me.
Okay. As a note, you now have half cover behind Siege, so a +2 to AC while you're hiding behind him. You coward.
Yes!
Um,
I take out my loot, and I hold it by the strings, and
Okay,
have a
next
scare
up.
face.
Next up is this goblin. He's going to take a retaliation attack at Siege. He's snarling, he's vicious. He's like, "I'll gut you!"
Alright.
That's a 12 plus 4 is 16.
Ah,
Does that
that gets
hit?
me.
Okay.
That gets me.
Roll one. Roll 1d6. It does 3 points of slashing damage to you.
3 points. Okay. So as I hit him, this filthy creature comes, manages to duck against the second blow I have, swinging wildly at this thing. However, he comes up and just slices underneath my attack arm, just over here across my
Aye.
arm, viciously cutting into it, and just the praying as my arm falters slightly as my arm falters as I'm still swinging this thing, and I just kind of slump down and a little bit stumble back, clutching the bleeding. However, still very much healthy and very much alive and ready to get vengeance. Right?
Alright, okay. Next up, there's the goblin up the back with the short bow. Is going to take a shot at Avalok, who's kind of
Oh,
who's
I'm ready for him.
Yep.
I have spells.
Yeah, so he's gonna roll his attack. That's a 17 plus. That's a 21 to hit.
I 21 to hit. Oh, that's fine. Well, I use one of my reactionary sort of spells, my shield.
Mm-hmm.
Comes up, so basically that gives me a bonus 5 to my armor class. So my standard armor class is 11, so it goes up to 16. So it still
Okay.
hits.
So it will still hit.
Still hit.
Yeah, so it's a 21 to hit.
21 to hit. Oh right. Oh yes, I didn't.
So you rolled 17 plus 4.
Oh, cool, yeah. So it hits. All right.
Yep. Okay, he's gonna roll damage. That's 5 points of piercing damage to you.
Right. So. Oh, wizard man, I can't take this shit. So yeah, so there's an arrow. Sort of almost blindside because I wasn't noticing. I was noticing it was a typo over here. Was it get struck by the other goblin?
Yeah, and it's been quite dark, and there's like a source of light now at the cave entrance, and your eyes are adjusting.
Yeah, and all of a sudden I just see this. Yeah, if it was a wooden metal, as it fly towards me, and it just pierced me in my left shoulder. Sort of embedded itself, and I just complete shock, not knowing. And it takes me just half a second to actually understand what's happened. And I start to sort of clutch the arrow itself, but it moved forward.
Okay. All right. Next up is the other goblin with the scimitar, who's going to run up to Sildar, who's currently unarmed and unequipped, and is going to attempt to wound him. Roll a natural 20 on Sildar.
Sildar glowers at the goblin. Goblin stops.
He does 9 points of damage to Sildar. Luckily, he had been lay on hands by a paladin.
Oof.
Okay. And Sildar is now wounded again. He's lost all that vigor. He's not looking like a happy Sildar.
No.
However, it is now Sildar's turn. He's as a warrior and as a veteran, he will always fight to the last breath, and is going to attack with a punch to this goblin that has just wounded him.
As I looked up quickly, unarmed strikes, I think you do 1 bludgeoning damage plus their strength mod.
Yeah, so it's 1d2.
1d2, okay.
Plus strength.
Oh, okay.
From what I know. That's
I think that sounds right, yeah.
So he punches this guy for 3 damage. Go Sildar. With kind of like a, you're not taking me down, I've been locked up and I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. He just punches this guy straight in the mouth, like bends the nose in. It's like, fuck yeah. This goblin is now bleeding, kind of clutching his face. Okay, that takes us back to the top, where we've got Siege.
All right.
Hang on, I haven't had my attack. I've
Oh,
only
sorry,
been
sorry,
attacked.
no, that's
Yeah.
right. Sorry,
Oh,
I've
that's
skipped it.
right.
So
That's
still
right.
Avalak, and then Morthos will be after that, actually. So Avalak.
Right. So still clutching the damn wizard arrow that's appears to be in the left hand. I start walk. I'll do my roll first. So
Okay.
I can't just talk shit. The 9. So 20. Yep. Cool. Or 19 on it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I walk out with the cave entrance itself. And how many goblins are there still?
So there are 3. The
There's
front
3.
2 have. The front 2 are in melee with Sildar and with Siege. There's one up the back with a bow. That was the guy who hit you.
Well, I just walk out and begin to cast magic missile.
Alright.
Hang
I've
on.
just lost your camera, but that's
What
alright.
happened?
So, yep. To cast magic missile at the goblin at the back. And I think that might be your 3rd spell, I think.
Yes, it certainly is.
Cool.
Once again.
Oh, so you actually didn't even need to roll, because magic missile just always hits. That's
it doesn't matter. Yeah,
magic missile will always hit. So you just need to roll. What is it?
Your damage. I think 3d4.
I think it's
3d6.
3d4 plus 3. And yeah, are all the darts going to him?
No, I'm going to spread the darts to all 3 of them, so 1 for each.
Okay.
So, oh god. Oh.
Okay, so maybe we'll do like the first. The goblin attacking Silmar is first one.
So whoever's
Yeah. Do you want to do them separately? Or
Yeah.
because if they're separately, that way
Yeah. So
they're just 1d4 plus 1.
Plus 1.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's the first one.
Okay,
Oh.
that's
So that
Silmar.
goes. That's Silma. Yeah.
The Sildar one, to the one attacking Sildar.
Yep. That's the
That
top one.
crit, though?
Okay, that goblin has been vanquished.
So
So that he's dead. You can
Pierce
describe
right
that if
from
you
there.
like, or you can
Oh,
do
yeah.
it all at the end. If you want.
I'll do it all then. Yeah,
Yep.
so that's a 3. So basically, the other 2 like
3,
whoever's the closest.
How much you did? Okay, so you've dispatched the. What's the? This is the second one to Siege's goblin.
Yeah. So basically,
So
in
you've
order,
dispatched that
so-
goblin as well. You finished him off.
Yeah, and one more. 2.
2 damage.
2 damage. So the guy with the arrow.
You have effectively killed the 2 goblins at the front and done 2 damage to the one at the back.
So as I sort of walk out, still was it clutching? Was it the arrow? Was it in my left hand? Entering was it the world once again or whatever? A visibly pissed off Avalak, was it just basically puts his hand down from the arrow itself and swipes the magic missile itself? It's vengeful, it's spiteful, as you see these like tiny little streams of light, they rip. You can have this like visible sort of feeling of force behind him, even from behind him, being sort of the size of these things. And the first one pierces the goblin was sort of attacking or whatever, right between the eyes, no question or whatever. It doesn't even realise it's dead as it drops, and it's sort of gurgling as its green goop sort of floods the river itself. The other missile sort of slightly takes a bit of a tangent. Was it hit the next goblin, but it pierces basically through the chest. As this goblin had like sort of scraps of armor and all that, but around its chest or these gleaming sort of openings or whatever. As Avalak, he sort of detected this, and one of the arrows just pierced right through his heart. Another one, not knowing that it was actually dead by the time it actually dropped. And the last one, because it was a bit further, the one that actually pierced him, maybe because Avalak wanted to keep him alive later, but it pierces him, but it goes through his left shoulder as well. Not killing him, but visibly, you hear a squeal from a goblin from across the ways or whatever, and it sort of drops a bow, and blood starts to curdle from this wound this goblin has. Yeah, that's what I.
Very nice. Very
Fucking goblins.
Nice. Now wounded, as goblins do. Actually, no, sorry. Next up we have Morthos. Actually, Morthos is going to run up to this goblin and take a longsword attack at him. Sorry. getting ahead of myself. However, Morthos does not hit. Unfortunately misses.
Slips in the stream.
Slips in the
Yep,
stream.
absolutely misses. This armor is just so
Fucking shit.
cumbersome today. Kind of, you can see this. Can't tell if divine or demonic frustration. This deep growl come from Morthos as his goblin opponent managed to evade him. The slippery little goblins are so damn dexterous. Okay, and back to the top. That's Siege. Now has a turn.
Yep, as I was fighting with this goblin with a sword and a buckler, and it suddenly, after it slices at me, it's about to come at me, and then suddenly a missile of tremendous power hits this thing and splatters his blood against the wall, exploding in my face. More goblin gunk to add to the collection I'm holding on my body. As I wiped that off. There was a splash of water from where Morthos fell next to me as I run up and see the last goblin, and I just charge at it with a swing. So let's see what I do.
Okay.
I get a total of a 13.
Okay. Because it's a short bow one, no buckler. AC 15 minus 2 is 13. That hits.
Cool. And I do 3 points of damage.
3 points of damage. Okay.
So
this goblin is looking bloody, clinging onto his life.
Yeah. As I run at this goblin, I was still swinging my copper flail. However, I've been cut on that same arm, and so I'm able to hit this damn thing. However, the cut has weakened my force of strength, and I bring it down and I hit it. It goes splash into the stream. So battered and beaten on the verge of death. However, it manages to scramble away from me. However, I'm upon it, and soon will dispense justice.
Exactly. And it is looking frightful now. Like, it knows its time is limited. Next up, we've got Gilmore.
Yeah, I want to try and converse with the goblin in common. I want to roll a deception check. Deception to the goblin.
You've got to explain how you're doing this, because it's
okay.
Roleplay it, just so I understand what's trying to happen.
Okay. As I see Siege go up and hit this goblin with the flail, I decide to stop cowering in that same position, and I stand up and I say to the goblin, "Look, if you put down your weapons, we won't kill you." And I cast Prestidigitation to clean you up a little bit. And I want to do deception roll on that, because we are going to kill him. I just want him to put his shit down.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Roll your deception.
So
I'm gonna roll it against.
Wait, I got 13. I got 13 on deception.
Okay. I'm gonna say with the disadvantage. Actually, can you just roll again and just take the lower? Just because
9.
Yeah, I just think the circumstances. He hesitates, looks around, realizes he's probably going to die anyway, puts his hands up, says, please don't kill.
I cast Prestidigitation to clean him up a little bit to make him feel good about himself before someone kills him.
There's your last minute.
Alright, and next up it's his turn. As a bonus action, he's going to he's going to disengage. Goblins can disengage as a bonus action. And he's going to run his 30 movement, and then take his action and run another 30 movement in retreat, running away towards the thickets outside and running out down into the woods, away from the cave, out into the field. So he is now he's now 60 feet or 20 meters away from Siege.
Mhm.
And that's probably another 5 meters or so. So
Mhm.
you're now 25 meters away from him.
Okay.
I'm just gonna try and do everything in feet though, just because that's
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
unit
That's in
of
the thing.
measurement
Yeah.
that gets used.
Mhm.
So he's 60 feet out in front of Siege and 75 feet out in front of Gilmore.
Sure.
Yeah, and he's gonna run down towards the thickets and the brambles.
I'm gonna look at Avlak and shrug and say, well, he did stop
And
for a second.
next up is Avalak.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, so he's and I sort of turned was the Gilmore saying, oh, well, thank you for stopping me for him. And then, so he's bolted, this goblin. He's plays away.
Well, yeah, you can still see him like retreating,
Still see him.
like wounded, but still able to move.
Still out of move. Well, considering I'm out of my magic, they really can't sort of do that much. So I guess I just stay with Sildor, make sure he's alright.
Yeah,
So
right.
I move towards him.
Okay. Does anyone intend to pursue this goblin?
Yes.
I do not.
Okay, Siege intends to, so we'll stay in combat. Morthos is actually going to give chase as well. Morthos is going to dash as well. So Morthos was actually right in front of this goblin as well, because he'd run up to this one and attack with longsword but missed. And so Morthos is going to run his full action of 60 feet and catch up as well. So Morthos is right on the tail of this thing. Yeah.
Mhm.
And next up would be Sildar, but I'll just say that Sildar uses his movement to just continue out of the cave. Not chasing this goblin, but it's just continuing to leave the cave.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then next up is Siege again.
Yeah. So this goblin has started running away from me and something like that. So I give chase, and if I can attack him, I will. But
Okay.
yeah.
Do you have anything that's ranged? Do you have any?
I don't have anything that's ranged. No.
Do you have anything you can
my...
throw?
No, nothing like that. So I'm
Okay.
gonna give chase, regardless whether I can attack him in melee or not, with the intention to kill him. But like
Okay.
if he escapes me, then he escapes me.
Well,
That's
at this
my
point,
intention.
I'll actually just say roll. I'm gonna roll a Goblin Athletics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Goblin rolls 13 Athletics. And I'm gonna roll an Athletics for Morthos as well. I'm gonna go under the chase rules in the Dungeon Master Guide here. So I'm gonna say that Morthos actually manages to catch up to him because Morthos' modifier takes him up to 14, which beats the Goblin's Athletics.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a
No, I don't
bonus?
have a mod. Mine's just straight 11.
Okay. So actually Morthos probably has even more athletics than that, yeah. Okay. So Morthos is actually able to gain on him. Unfortunately, won't be able to attack this round. Everyone else, do you guys want to do anything on your round?
Only look for plants that are around that I haven't documented in my book already to go and look at.
Okay.
Small horses run up. Well, I tend to seal Sildor's wounds like I did the last time with my
Okay.
my sort of searing. So I think I'll do that to do my medical check thingamajiggy.
Okay. Yeah. So
What's
yeah.
that?
Normally,
Medicine.
mechanically, to do any kind of proper healing, you'd need like a medicine kit or like a healer's kit.
Yeah.
But you can still roll medicine and apply some like first aid.
Yeah,
and,
it's not
and
to
stuff
get
him.
his hit points back, but it's like
Yeah.
stabilization more than
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
else. So it's not bleeding.
Go ahead and roll medicine.
Alright, cool. So what's that? So that's 10 plus 2, the 12.
Yeah. So I'll definitely say that you've definitely like the main wound that he just suffered, that scimitar cut, you've helped helped slow the bleeding of that, and you've actually made it a bit easier for him to move with less discomfort. Definitely. And he's thanks you for it. but urges like we have to get back to town.
Oh, of course.
Okay. Next up, we'll go back to actually this. Well, actually, we'll keep under these chase rules.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just roll again for the goblins' athletics. Okay. It's Siege, your turn. So just roll athletics.
I'll probably disengage at this point because how far away are we? We're probably like 120 feet away from the rest of them because we're still like running.
Almost. You like by the end of this turn, you'd be up at that far away. Like at the moment, you're still only kind of 60 or so feet away from the front of the cave. So if you
Okay, so where is the goblin starting to get among the thickets now?
he will if
Okay.
he
Yeah, I'll give him
at the
one
end
more
of his
shot.
movement
Yeah.
he would be kind of entering the bushes.
Yeah, I'll give one more
Okay.
shot. Just space 13.
And yep. So I'm gonna say you can attack him.
All right, so I'm running
you
after
just-
this thing, getting really
Just like
exhausted.
you just- Yeah.
I wanna strike him with a 19.
Okay.
Yeah, just flat 19.
Yeah.
With a
Go ahead and roll
flail.
damage.
Yeah. 2.
He had 2 hit points left. You've killed him.
Okay. So just bounding after this creature as before he gets away, exhausted, covered in filth. I swing this copper flail as it runs, begging for mercy. However, it shall get none. As I manage to, with a lunge, last final attack, I lunge forwards, horizontally swiping with my flail. I get just the back of its neck. You hear a disgusting crunch as the thing just and falls flat on his face, twitches slightly as I fall over the creature, stumble forward as the creature falls. I trip over it, rolling a few feet as this creature begins to gurgle as I've managed to sever its spine as it dies horribly, as it should, as is the wanted will of such creatures. They die horribly by the hands of me and my copper flail.
Vicious.
As I try to recover myself and my intention is to head back to the cave entrance and regroup, but I
Okay.
don't know what Morphos is doing.
And combat is now over. So you can resume free actions. Gilmore, if you were, just roll a quick nature check.
Sure. Nature check 6. Am I meant to add anything to that?
If you've got nature.
That's Oh, +3. Okay. 9.
I mean, you have a look along the riverbank. No interesting or different plants than what you saw last time or encountered here before.
Deal. I look at Avlark and say, "So, what are we gonna do now? We have a map."
Sildar is kind of, clutching onto Avalok at this point and goes, "Thank you for rescuing me. We should get clear of here before more of them come. Although
Indeed, yeah.
we've slain a fair few." And he says, "It's good to see you all again. If you can help me get back to the town, there's more coin in it for you."
I start splashing back now, with Morthok in tow.
Yep.
This way! The path is this way!
I was saying this still it's like we can have words when we get back.
And he
This
nods
way, let's
and
go! Now!
he
Let's
nods
go.
and says, "Lead ahead." And as you remember, you had been loaned horses from Barthen,
Yeah.
and you had
Gotta
tied
get
them
back
up in a clearing that you'd used, and so
Yeah, but that's about 30 minutes walk at least, maybe 40
Yes.
minutes, so we start leading,
So,
heading back on the trail.
heading towards there.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll have to stop once for Sildar. He needs a second to get his breath back. He's just having trouble breathing, but he's okay.
A question, hold, a question before we move on.
Yes.
Gondran, where is he?
They took him. They took him up to Cragmore
Is he
Castle.
inside the castle? Where is that?
Yes. It's where these goblins operate out of.
Okay. He's not inside the caverns. Back there.
No, they took him.
Okay.
And the map. They
We'll
took
talk. We'll talk later. Let's just keep going.
Okay.
This way, I think. I think it's down here.
Yeah, follow the trail. Just
Yep.
keep following the trail.
Yeah, as I'm clutching my arm as bloody and bleeding as vital veins have been severed. However, I'm still managing to keep on my feet.
Yeah.
Morthok, are you okay? Is everyone okay?
Well, Morthos is, he nods his, I'm fine.
We're living.
Good. Gilmore, you okay?
I'm absent-mindedly like I've got this tiny patch of green goblin mess on my my clothes, and everything else is absolutely clean from me cleaning up before. And I'm just like rubbing it off and shaking my head at it, and like, oh, so dirty. And then I look at you and I'm like,
Gilmore, are you okay? Are you
Yeah.
wounded?
I'm fine.
Good.
This
This way.
Look at you, and you're just caked in the shit.
Yeah, I am. I am still
I'm just rubbing
absolutely
this small
caked.
bit of my shirt.
Okay.
As probably about 20 minutes to forced march later, as we're about halfway down the trek, I start, maybe slowing down just a little bit. I don't have the best constitution, so I'm struggling at this point after that massive exertion of force and energy. We'll be about 20 minutes still travel. We should get there soon. That was... What was that, Avalok? That explosion?
And at this point, I'd sort of, he closes his eyes and then opens, and open once again and say, well, elves only have an eternal patience for so long, and I know it's an oxymoron. Let's get going, shall we?
Unless there's anything else that happens, you guys are getting back to the horses without any further event. Sildar will need to ride with someone.
You can chill with me.
Alright.
Yeah, an injured bastard.
So, you'll just be making sure that Sildar manages to keep a hold on. You let him kind of jump on the front and hold the reins, and you're kind of, holding him around, making sure he's steady.
Do we ride or do we rest here?
We'll be safer in the town, I think. If we keep moving, we'll be safer.
On your horses, it's actually not so far. Because your horses have galloping speed.
Okay. Avalok,
Do I need to make like?
You were hit?
Do I need to make?
Yeah?
Sorry. Do I need to make like a strength check to make sure that Sildar doesn't fall off my horse?
No.
No?
No,
Alright,
it's fine.
Cool.
Sildar's got all control of his faculties.
Okay.
He's just
Alright. Cool. No.
he's putting a lot of effort into it. That's all.
I do take a moment to have a look at Avalok. Are you wounded?
No, as you look at the scenario now, it's fine. We can take care of that when we get to town. I've just used a bit more energy with my magic abilities than usual. We'll be fine.
No, you won't. You're going to fall off your horse. We need to mend that now before it gets infected.
I'll get Mordorf over here.
It will just be a minute. We just need to remove this. Here, sit down. And I start tending to it as best I can. I'm not trained in medicine, but I at least I rip it out and tend to myself as well as best I can. Do you want me to make any medicine rolls or?
Yeah, just make a medicine roll really quickly.
I get really bored and decide to do my Song of Rest. We're taking this short rest.
A short rest is probably like a 30 or 45 minute thing.
We're probably gonna this probably take about 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll allow a short rest here. So anything that happens with a short rest, like Rue, you'll get a spell slot back. You guys can roll hit dice if you want.
Okay.
So
I got a 13 on that medicine roll, so.
Okay. Yeah, you've definitely stabilized and stopped the bleeding.
Yeah.
You've kind of put it in a state where it can now. You've made it easy for the next person that's going to turn this wound.
Yeah. Cool.
So my Song of Rest is 1d6 for anyone who hears it.
What does that do?
Heals for 1d6.
Okay.
Oh, Yeah, cool.
So
Well,
you hear
come back
some. You feel a bardic magic. Coming to you, and you're healed for 6 hit points.
1d6. They have to roll for it.
Oh, they have to roll, or you roll?
Yeah, they have to roll.
Okay,
for what
everyone
they've
roll a d6,
up.
Alright,
Yeah,
well, I
well,
look
and you are
automatically
healed
automatically
magically.
healed magically. Yeah, as
Yeah.
this
Ooh.
resonance of this music, of this melody, it just washes over this small clearing,
You
and
can start to see abrasions on your body start to
yeah,
smooth over.
I feel
and-
calmed, relaxed, and the cut that was bleeding is no longer bleeding, and it's starting to heal up really good.
Yeah.
yeah. So surprised at the fact that an arrow was just ripped out of me, but you know, it's basically sealed to begin its healing progress with a scabbing.
All right.
Your wound has stopped bleeding, Avalok. It's strange.
I'll
And I
I
look-
don't realize what happens.
Yeah.
I'll roll for Sildar as well.
I actually
Cool.
rolled, yeah.
Yep.
I was just gonna say, I think it's Mr. Bard over there. Bards and then magic. It's amusing.
I suppose.
I'm actually not intending to heal you guys. Like, as a character, he's just playing because he's bored. But I'm using a Song of Rest.
Okay. And so you emanate a restful and recuperating aura from your absent-minded music. Nice. And Sildar is now like looking at you like you're just some kind of odd but incredibly unique and powerful person. Like you're just like and he says, "Thank you. We should hurry back." And kind of approaches Gilmore and says, "Shall we ride?"
I stop playing and yeah, let's do it. Let's go. Put my loot back away and get him to jump on the horse and say, "After you."
All right, and he jumps on, and you clamber on up behind him. He says, "We should hurry back. There is much to discuss. We'll yes,
Indeed.
let's hurry back."
We all
Wait.
do likewise. Jump on the horses and hurry back.
Now, just from memory, I'm pretty sure it's only by like if you're going at a horse pace, like that's an hour tops, like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
From
we've
Vandalin.
been moving as fast as we can. Too.
Yeah, it's actually yeah. But I'll actually say it's probably like 30 to 45 minutes, approximately. And you see Fandolin, and you approach, and it's now kind of afternoon, evening. It's not sundown yet, but it probably will be in a couple hours. And
There it is, Fandolin. Finally.
Sildar nods. Indeed.
I suppose we'll be making our way over to Gundren's. Sorry, to Elias Barthen's.
Elmar.
Elmar.
Yep.
Elmar Barthen's shop. We'll meet up with him there.
Yes. At first, I would like to rest at the inn. Perhaps if one of you could let Elmar know that I'm fine, perhaps he can come and visit us at the inn.
Yes, of course. My apologies.
I'm dying for some water and a bit of food.
I'm going
Absolutely.
to follow him to the inn, and I'm going to take a long rest.
No, I'll start
Well-
heading to Elmar and inform.
At this point, can we just take a quick break? I'm just gonna go to the bathroom, and like if you guys
Yeah,
need a
sure.
drink or
Wait,
anything.
you don't have a ship bucket?
Well, I didn't bring it out in time. I still haven't washed it after last time.
Oh, that's alright. Just fill it.
I know. Anyway, I'll be right
That's
back.
Let's go.
Alright. I figured it's a good point to like
Yeah,
before we
it's
jump
good.
into
Yeah,
time.
that's
Alright, I'll be right back.
Be right myself.
Yeah,
Microphone
not
muted.
moving anywhere.
The party returns to find Gilmore eating some mushrooms.
I want to get some food, but I don't have any.
Yeah, I was the same.
Ugh.
Went to piss. Fill up my
Okay.
water, actually. Fill up my water.
You know what? If I can just go for another few minutes, I'm actually gonna go out and buy some snacks really quick from the shop that's like on my block. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, the shops are really close to where he lives.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
What
It's
do
like
you
a
walk?
3-minute walk. Awesome. So yeah, what's up?
Does it have have variety? Now I was going to ask, do you still have that drum on you?
Yeah,
the
yeah,
desk?
it's here.
Oh, it's still there. It's just going to be eternally there now, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll show you. There's my desk. And here's my mushrooms.
It's just this mess, a giant drum, rest of keyboard shit.
Yeah, there's a
was
tiny
a mess.
space here. There's a tiny space.
It's like there, that's where you.
Oh wait, there's my mouse. Not even on the mouse.
No, it's all like this. I'm
There's the
going to keep
keyboard.
myself.
That's where my
Microphone
snack
activated.
and my water. There's the screen. There's my desk mic, my freestanding mic, which is headphones just underneath my monitor, with the boom standing up.
It's a question. It's like, every intent to was it replace that, or are you just waiting for it to die and then?
I'm waiting for it to die and then I'll replace it. It still has some use. Then I'm gonna get a really ultra clear, sexy sounding one.
Hey.
But right now, your dear beloved bard is currently peeling a mushroom and washing it very carefully.
So you did find something near the river.
My sleight of hand is better than you think.
No? You just waited. Hey, I didn't even see it with my divination. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. Fuck goblins. Good, they're all dead. I'm happy.
We gotta go back, we don't have the map.
Oh yeah. Dude, we got the container.
We don't have a map.
I mean... yeah. Well, at least you kind of got an idea where it is, that castle thing, but I mean, just getting to the castle and then getting through the other goblins is a bit of an undertaking. But I'm sure Shekel Master here at the time will be able to pay his way after he has the entire control
I
of
shall
the town.
fund an army. We shall bring siege to this castle.
I wonder if Siege will get pissed off if he finds out that I stole money from the party.
No.
I was like, I cannot wear them around my neck.
I'm
Oh,
very-
and it's got teeth as well.
Yeah, I've got gold teeth. I'm gonna sell the Scimitar as well. I'm gonna go for a long rest so I can level up, and then that will level up my persuasion. Then I'm gonna go and sell Double persuasion rolls. I get more money.
You'd have to, well, yeah, you'd have to duck in before any one of us gets to the traders, because considering that, you know, was it found again? So.
Hmm. That's right.
That's what I'm gonna do. Because my goal is to become rich and famous.
No, just when you're just like, the first, like, when we're in the cave with the combat itself was like, yeah, I'm gonna practice my wizard and cutting word, and then dirt.
I'm gonna put dirt on his
shit.
armor.
Not
I don't have any weapons.
What fucking head with the
I have
loot?
no weapons. I have no armor. I've got nothing.
Just whack him with the loot. Just.
I was considering it, but then I was like, no, I love my loot too much. So I'll probably be punching them. I'll just punch people. Or pick up rocks and throw rocks at them.
Well, somehow, like, strength check, wrestle, not the weapon off their hands. Just take it off. And
I'll do a persuasion roll to
get.
get them to give me their weapon.
Oh, thank you.
I'm doing a lot of
That'd be cool.
frontline charging, but if you look at my stats,
Yeah,
I'm not good for this.
I was about to say, it's like,
Hilarious.
Jesus Christ, that copper flail of doom. And it's just,
Oh yeah, Goblin Pain, Skull Crusher.
I love that, but just no proficiency in it. It's not given to, there's no elegance with it, and there's no actual form. It's just
No, I
reckless
just swing it
abandon.
wildly. I'm not proficient in it at all.
Just hoping to hit shit on
Yeah.
the way through. Oh shit, that is quick. You live in the shop.
Oh right, I was muted. No, it was really quick. They gave me this box of food for $10.
Oh, that's awesome.
Because
Oh, man.
the cafe closes up around 3:30.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's yeah, the nail shop.
So
No.
I've got 2 pies, half a pizza, and a big vegetable and bocconcini burger sandwich thing.
Nice.
Ah, that's awesome.
I'm gonna have this pizza. It's like pepperoni and olives.
Pepperoni.
Gilmore's just prepping up his mushrooms.
Cool.
What he found.
Alright, do you guys need a minute or should we jump back in?
I'm
good for
fine.
whatever.
Where are you good?
I might get a few mouthfuls in before I jump back in.
No, that
Yeah,
sounds
yeah.
good. I just keep thinking copper flail.
That copper play on there.
Mm.
Goblin Bane.
Goblin. That's what
Oh,
it is
goblins, man. Oh, fuck.
called. Every fucking time. Because it's funny, it's always this perception position. It's like, oh, one of the first enemies, you'll have goblins. It'll be fine. And then there's a shit ton of them, and then you're sort of waiting for it, like, oh, wait.
Mm.
More dangerous than one first perceived. Especially the big
Yeah.
ones.
Well, yeah. Goblins are like they have very little health. That's like their thing. They're such weak, frail creatures. Like there was like a punch and a magic missile killed one. Like, but they are so nimble and very hard to hit. That's why magic missile is such a good spell. Always hits, does damage that cannot be resisted. Like,
Yeah, it's funny. The funny thing is, the only way it can be resisted is by magic shield.
yeah.
Only blocked, but otherwise, yeah, you can't. Unless you're like Goliath, like Pink Man of Doom, that has like
Yeah.
strength of 20. And looks down at it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I should be recording this. I'm using OBS to record a session, but like, I don't know. Gilmore, what are you doing?
What do you mean?
I can't put this on YouTube if you're doing that kind of stuff, man.
We don't have to. What? No, it's
No,
fine. It's just lavender.
Okay.
Oh, what are you talking about?
What do you think it is?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
have any mushrooms on my table.
I don't know.
obviously.
I don't know, man. It's just, I'm just asking. I'm not gonna put something online if it's like,
Incriminating.
yeah.
Well, people, hey, there's videos of people vaping on YouTube
I know,
like for days.
I know, but like, you know, those people are not the kind of people that care about getting employed or anything like that. I mean,
I just want to eat a little bit of all of this food to know what they all are. like, what meats are inside you? Pie.
Part of
I
stuff.
have 2 pies.
And both
And a pizza.
Oh, it's a red rum. Oh, you put the pizza in between the 2 pies?
Okay, so you guys are coming in on your horses with Dildar. The townspeople that are still around see you coming in and are like nodding at you. They see Gilmore the Great riding in with, you know, Sildar, a character who they've seen come to and from Phandalin a few times in the last month or so. You know, seeing that Gilmore has brought back, you know, this known warrior and hero, and, you know, is looking quite protective of a rather damaged-looking Sildar. People are nodding and seeing you all roll into town. You look, you know, injured. They know that these are those that found Carp, and I heard there was a masked man chasing him.
I hear them chant about Gilmore and give him praise. I'm just thinking to myself, the jealousy, the envy is rising up in me, and also like I have been bleeding and leading this entire expedition while this thing has been such a drain, and is just having to take care of this thing so it doesn't die and fall over. And they're singing his praises, and I don't show it, but I'm seething of rage at this point.
Well, I mean,
Fresh as fuck.
there's some hush moments about all of you, and I mean, like, it's not specifically about Gilmore. There is some attention to him because he's so recognizable from his
How could they?
performance.
I've done so much for these people. I've set up a militia.
You know, there
I
are
have
people
helped the
recognizing-
locals.
There are people
have-
recognizing Siege as well for standing up, you know, in the tavern
And yet they
calling
sing
upon
the song of
townspeople
this.
to find Carp and
Yeah.
rescue him from this masked assailant.
They will come to know one day. I speak to
They see
myself.
Morphos, you know, the towering, you know, the towering, you know, somewhat sinister-looking individual that they know has a pure heart of gold and who has only done good deeds to and service to the people, and yet an aura of mystery surrounds a rather tall elf riding behind them that they know very little about. They believe. Who knows what they believe?
Good.
The rumor mill pedals. You know, it turns and turns in Phandalin through the activities of these 4 individuals. Dildar says, "Let's go to the inn. We'll see Toblin and get him to call for the healer."
Yes, yes. Here, I'll help you out, and I help him out of his horse, or just lean on me as he just dismounts and
And you
I-
guys,
carried away.
I
I
use you to
say
get down
over
as well.
to a nearby stable hand boy, dwarf, or human. Basically, just take the reins of the horses so that he leads them at the back of the inn.
yeah, there's one of Toblin's like innkeep assistants is like
Yeah.
washing some shit out the side. Sees you all roll up and
Boy, take these horses.
he does. He grabs them and kind of just ties them up to the tie post out the front.
I slip a copper coin
Mm-hmm.
in his jacket, or whatever, or in his
And he
palm.
nods.
Palm
He nods, says nothing. You know, he gets tips.
Yeah, good. Off with you. As as I help Silma, Morthos, give me a hand as I help him up and
Morthos
into the
leans
tavern.
in with, you know, his strength and helps prop Sildar up. And as you enter the tavern, Toblin sees you all, and, you know, his eyes widen and then grow worried, and then he nods like kind of good to see you all, and rushes over. He nods and says, Hello, Siege.
A bed and food for this one.
Yeah.
Hello.
Of course, Silda. Oh my God, look at you. He says, I'll call for Kalian to come round and take a look at you. He says, yes, please, that would be good. Okay, you'll help him up to his room, and I'll make sure the right people come round. Excellent. And at this point, Sildar says back to Toblin, he says, Toblin, Sildar says to Toblin, he says, you may want to call for Garel. I don't know if Kalian can do all of this, but nonetheless, I'll be in my room.
Here, up these stairs. I'll give you a hand.
And you help him up to his room, and while he's there waiting, kind of resting, is anyone there in the room with him?
Yeah, I'll be. Was there like a way or a place or like a lounge place where we could set him up downstairs instead of having to carry him upstairs?
Yeah, there is a common room. So you can take him to a
So
common room.
make him
There's
comfortable
like the bar and drinking area, but then there's more of kind of like a common room, like a lounge, more of like this is where like members of the community would gather sometimes, but it's
community event hall, things like that.
It's more of like a function room, but it also like it's like a common room, you know.
We'll plop him in there.
There have been babies born here.
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Yeah.
I call over to if there's someone for food or something like that. I call someone for food. Some other assistants
and
as well.
Toblin's wife, Elsa, comes around and quickly, like she's seen haggard-looking adventurers come from goblin and bandit ambushes and things over the last few months, and so when someone comes in looking ragged, she knows quite well what to do and bring some water and some bread, just some basic food that some food and water and
some ale as well. We need to have a look at his wounds.
Yeah, she said some places a couple spare cloths down as well for you guys, and she goes back towards the bar to get some ales.
And I sit back on nearby chair, stool, lean back, kind of exhausted, and put my flail. And at this point, I realize the shocking state my clothes are in. Elsa, some linens if you have any. Something to change into, please.
She's pouring a beer, looks up and nods at you, then calls over one of the calls over a young boy. Says something to him, and he runs upstairs.
Good.
At this point, are you guys all around Sildar?
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm walking through the inn and making small talk with whoever recognizes me and gives me a friendly gesture, so I'm just talking to people.
And so, Sildar's going, where's Gilmore? He's here, isn't he? And
Gilmore will be around, don't you?
Gilmore is around the corner over there.
Okay.
No.
If he comes by, bring him to me. I need to tell you all something.
Surely you can tell.
He starts, and he's gonna start talking now. And he says, didn't realize, the state of things. Thank you so much for getting me. I don't have it with me now, but you will be paid for taking care of me. I appreciate this.
Definitely, we can definitely speak much about that later. You were blessed by Joaquin's good grace and luck that we managed to get to you before.
Yeah.
We lost companions attempting to rescue you.
I was going to say, I did not see Kedok among you.
Kedok is lost.
It's a shame. I'm sorry to hear.
We'll talk about him later. I have much to discuss. But regardless, first things first. What happened when we were behind you in the ox caravan? We found your horses on the road.
Yes. We were ambushed. 6 goblins. We had no idea. I killed 2 of them, but they managed to wound me. They took Gundren.
Yes.
Took us both before a bugbear named Clark. But found out that Clark answers to one known as King Groll. Groll had been instructed to look out for specifically a dwarf named Gundren carrying a map and a human companion. Whoever knows about what we're doing, they're going out for us.
You were betrayed.
Someone knows.
Someone told something somewhere about this. Tell me, what significance is this map? Why would it warrant an entire tribe of goblins?
So, in the absence of Gundren, I think it's time to bring you into the fold on this.
Please. We have lost and spilt blood for this. Definitely we should be kept into the fold. Please, explain to me in great detail.
Recently, Gundren and his brothers have discovered the lost Wave Echo Cave. The cave of the Fandelver's Pact. Don't know if you know much about the legend of this area.
Do I? Sorry, I had to interrupt.
Roll history.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hang on.
14 plus. That's 21 for me.
Okay.
+7?
Oh, +5.
Ah,
Yeah, get my history on. Alright.
So you know, as he explains, like, and when he's saying this, you're like nodding, going, "Yeah, of course." You know that you probably have some knowledge that he may not. It was about five or 600 years ago. Phandalin was a very different kind of place. It was a prosperous human town. And it was shared with dwarves, and there was a community of gnomes that lived here as well. What was unearthed here 500 or 600 years ago was something called the Forge of Spells.
Okay.
And the gnomish community, the dwarves of the mine, and the human wizards had all created a pact, a very prosperous one for this region, to share in the wealth and the power of the Forge of Spells, which is located in Wave Echo Cavern.
Low Echo Cavern, sorry?
Wave Echo.
Wave.
So it's a cave of wavy structures and quite... It looks... I mean, just natural, but kind of spectacular and unique is the way that Sildar describes it. He said... Sildar says that... So Gundren and his brothers had discovered the lost Wave Echo Cave 500 or 600 years ago. For some reason or another, it was... a great battle was fought. Yeah. A great power was unleashed. And much of the cavern was caved in and lost deep under the mines. And you know from your own history, he says yes, and you know that a large orc raiding party was responsible for bringing on a lot of destruction and things like 500 years ago, and you actually have read about this, that because of the power, like the ability so between the dwarves that mined it, the gnomes with some artificing knowledge and know-how, and these esteemed human studious wizards, they combined their resources to create magical items
From this
Using-
Forge of Spells.
using the Forge of Spells, located in yeah, and this agreement between them all was called the Fandelver's Pact, and the rumor of this power and their prosperous wealth started to grow and grow, and rival groups of magic users, evil wizards, necromancers, all were very jealous of this great power, and so there are some human wizards who were jealous of this, and they managed to raise an orcish army under their command to destroy and wipe out the town and the mines and everything within. Because of the raw magical energies and the amount of spellcasters and magic that happened in the battle, there was a lot of explosions, a lot of energy and destruction. It was caved in and lost. The mountain had shifted from the sheer force of all of this, and from the amount of destruction that had happened, it is believed that the Forge of Spells had destroyed and exploded, releasing a giant amount of magical energy. Many of the ruins that surround Phandalin, and actually you can see it throughout the town of Phandalin. Many of the ruins in the town, this town is just actually rebuilt on the old town that was once here, because the foundations were there, and
It's easy, yeah.
yeah. So that happened 500 or 600 years ago. But Gundren and his brothers, who are prospectors by trade, they discovered it. So they found the site of the Phandelver's Pact, way back at Cave. And the reason that these supplies were coming down, these mining supplies, was because he was going to recruit miners to clear it out and explore it and delve further into it and try and uncover the rubble of this vast and this cavern of myth. But something had gone wrong, as obviously as someone had known of Gundren's discovery. Is what Sildar believes, that someone found out about the discovery and is looking to deal with Gundren and steal this discovery, and
So that's what I'll know. and so we'll
potentially
probably,
you would know that history about the wizards
Yeah,
and the orcs, and Sildar was just saying, during a battle it was all destroyed. That's his version of it, but you know that. And Sildar says that someone must have found out about his discovery, and what he's concerned about is that somehow word has gotten out and made its way to a tribe of goblins known as the Cragmores, who you've kind of gone in and wiped out half of more than half of the people of the goblins that live in their cave. Oh, sorry, 1 sec, I just have to be right back.
That's right. As he's speaking about this wave echo cavern.
So you've wiped out half of all those goblins, and kind of taken care of all that.
Does he actually, in this conversation, does he actually mention the name, the Forge of Spells? Does he actually mention that, or do I know about that because of Wave Echo Cavern, and I know about that, and so I know that the Forge of Spells was inside Wave Echo. No.
So he knows that name. He knows it. He knows it by that name.
Okay. So, but does he mention it to us? So he does make it like they'll Does he say?
He says Wave Echo Cavern, and he calls it the Forge of Spells.
Okay. Yes. Just say it. Okay.
But it was more like the details about how it came to be destroyed. Just as there was a battle. Yeah. But you know that it was orcs led by evil wizards.
And how much would Avalok know? He rolled a 13 total?
Yeah, 13.
Yeah, I would say you just kind of heard about the Forge of Spells. Like, you've heard like what it is. You've heard it mentioned like in other history books. Like, there would be other like scholars and people like artificers talking about their magic items, saying this came from the Fandelvers had crafted this artifact or crafted some other magic item. You've heard mentions of magic items coming from this region, in which Siege you would know as well. But it's ancient, 500-600 years.
Oh, don't worry, I was still around.
Yeah.
But I wasn't in this region, so I wouldn't have known about too much.
It goes on to tell you that, both Clark's boss, King Groll, and an unknown entity known as the Black Spider, the chain of people that had passed down the order to capture Gundren. And
I see.
And that Gundren had a map showing the secret location of Wave Echo Cave. They took it from him, and they were instructed to bring it to Clark, who organized it for then, Gundren and all of Sildar's gear as well. Is with Gundren at the chieftain's castle called Cragmore Castle, and from memory, what you were told when you first captured Dran, the goblin, he told you that was 20 miles northeast of the cave that you just came from. So it's further north into the woods. And you know that, so Dran had told you that.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, for what reason did they leave you in this cabin? They took Gundren away, and you're sure Gundren had the map on him, or he was taken with the map to this Cragmere Castle?
Absolutely. I heard them talking about it.
I see. So what of you? I hear that you are from the Lord's Alliance.
Yes. My interest in coming to Phandalin is twofold. When I met Gundren in Neverwinter, he told me of his discovery. He asked me to see if I could help, organize a few of his errands and help set some things up for him. But it piqued my interest as well, actually. A comrade of mine has recently gone missing in the area. I've come to try and search for him. He's another member of the Lord's Alliance, Iana, a wizard. I fear he's also been taken.
You say that he's been taken by the same goblins that accosted you and Gundren?
Yes.
I see. What is the description of this wizard?
He's a tall human male. He has brown hair and green eyes.
I'm actually writing these
Quite
details down on the parchment.
Yeah, quite fair of skinned. Yeah. Like me, he's part of their Lord's Alliance, and he's a good friend.
Indeed.
However, he came to Phandalin some months ago, but from what I've heard, he was traveling around and one day didn't come back. This is around the time that these red bandits started showing up and accosting all the good people of the town.
Yes,
I'm worried he's been taken or killed.
The Red Hand has been causing a disruption in this region, to say the least. Various murders and petty thievery. We stopped a kidnapping a few days ago.
That's good to hear.
Indeed. So, I've been speaking with Gundren. I've been speaking with Elias. That's
Elmar?
Elmar. Sorry. I've been speaking with Elmar about the situation in this town and therefore the lack of a militia and a government body to manage and maintain order in the streets. When I briefly spoke to him, he told me that you were to be involved in this.
He said, so Soda says, well, absolutely a good idea, and this town needs the people to stand up for themselves, definitely. There's no local law here, and I mean, at the moment, it's just the town master who acts as the judge for petty disputes, and other than that, most of the people operate through the miners' exchange.
The town master.
You know,
do we know who the town master is? Have we heard of his name?
so, yeah, so you'd heard Darren and Toblin mention Harbin before.
Okay.
And you know that the town master is more of like a treasury guy who kind of, you know, handles a lot of the running costs of the town, and for any kind of minor for any minor disputes, he is the one who, and he's been voted in, so the town have a vote to vote for someone, and he is the one who rules on like petty disputes or like, you know, like civil stuff.
Yeah, civil concerns.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, that is, yes, indeed, a militia has been partly funded by myself. May I, of course, properly introduce myself? You know, I've known me as a siege timer. I'm a representative from the Church of Wakin from Neverwinter. As you have known, from the destruction of Neverwinter from the explosion of Mount Hot now, Neverwinter is in a very, very bad situation. There is famine and starvation upon the streets, much akin to the ravages of the plague of the Wailing Death just 100 years ago. We need to establish trade routes with the outlying countrysides, those regions not affected by the destruction of the explosion. This region happens to fall upon fertile lands and lands which lay outside the boundaries of fire and devastation of Mount Hot now. You mentioned earlier a reward, and that will be most appreciative. However, I would ask your aid in establishing land and a position here in Phandalin to establish a local church to Wakin and a headquarters for our temple, so we may establish trade services and strengthen this community.
He leans back and says, all right, well that's a lot to think about. It's
Indeed.
not my decision. I would absolutely
No, it is not your decision, therefore I must give your support.
Yes, I'll absolutely help anything that can bring further stability to this region.
Good.
However, that decision will come down to the townspeople and their town master, who will help them, I guess lead them.
Good. But
to whatever they decide.
But I would appreciate your outspoken vocal support in this. I smile. After all, we have sacrificed much in making sure that you are alive. You would do me a great honor.
He shakes his head. He says, look, this isn't about me, and this isn't about any favors. As a member of the Lord's Alliance, I'm born to help ensure the security and safety of the lands, outlying that lands that cannot help themselves.
Indeed.
Part of the reason I came here.
Of course. But as you know,
it needs to
there
be
may
done.
be...
It must be done.
Absolutely. But of course, there may be... Rarely in the past, our faith has encountered some opposition for various groups and ideals, for various reasons, some nonsense. However, I would appreciate should there be any vocal opposition against such an establishment, should be at least... What I mean is your support for this. I would appreciate your
And he starts to shake his head. He's like, look, I'm quite exhausted, and I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me. But if it's a matter of, your group, your religious group, we try not to meddle in the affairs of and trying to give religious groups, authority over lands and places. But if it was a business arrangement that could help ensure stability, we'll talk it over,
Absolutely.
and I'm sure it sounds like something that could help this region. For now, I believe we have some pressing matters to attend to.
Yes,
Um,
indeed.
However, for now, I would recommend that we all rest, tend to our wounds, and speak later this evening, after
Yes.
we've had a little bit more food and time.
Of course. Of course.
As he finishes talking, I want to walk through the common room and up the stairs to where my room is with a bundle of sticks and a little bit of rope. And I walk up there with that, and I'm gonna look at you guys and give you a little nod and a salute and continue going up into my room. And I'm gonna take a long rest.
Cool.
Fair enough.
All right.
Well, once
At this point, does Elmar? Am I right? Does Elmar
Hey.
come in?
So yeah. During this afternoon, you see Elmar, and also Colleen also drops in as well, as Toblin had run out into the town to just let them know that Sildar had returned and that all of you had returned. So Elmar comes in. Says, Sildar, you're looking rough. How are you? He says, well, like you said, rough. He asks, where is Gundren? What have they done with him? He says, they've taken him. He's still with goblins at another encampment further up into the woods.
I may know the location of this encampment. However,
Really?
it comes from the words of a goblin. So,
Hmm.
of course, you cannot be sure, but perhaps if this vile creature was telling us the truth, well, perhaps we have at least a lead. But I would not put much stock in this. Perhaps we should inquire as locally around the sightings of such a place. It is a castle.
Ah.
Cragmire
Yes,
Castle.
I've heard them refer to Cragmore Castle, but I hadn't known the whereabouts.
Well, perhaps it would be secluded somewhere in the Neverwinter Woods. Those trees are very high. They would be able to seclude such a large
that-
structure. Perhaps.
Is that what the goblin had told you?
I believe it was just due north. Perhaps.
Ah. That would make sense. It probably wouldn't be too far from the cave. And he turns back to Barthen, to Elmar. Says, after I rest tonight, I intend to, he looks around and says, all you guys, I intend to convince all of these fine heroes to, follow me, and we'll try to get our friend back. And,
Of course. Absolutely. But you understand, such a rescue mission. It was quite a costly mission to secure your life. Do I call him does he have a high position? Do I call him Lord or something, or is this guy
So he does.
Does he
He
have a-
is
yeah.
a member of the Lord's Alliance. He's
Yep.
he's like he has a rank in that order.
Yep.
It's probably not a title order, but he's quite.
like
You
a
know.
lieutenant or a sergeant or in the army?
It's
or...
something like that. It's I just assume he has that kind of stature
Mhm.
to him. He's an agent. He's an agent of the Lord's Alliance, so he goes out physically to places, whereas,
Okay.
probably the seniors would decide on strategies and stuff. He's one of the ones that goes out and implements. and
He's not like a
helps,
sir. He's not like a knight or something like that. Or is he?
No, like he'd be close.
Mm.
He's respectable stature.
Yeah. Such an endeavour into the Cragmore castles will require much preparation. We should definitely, after we rest tonight, we are aching and still wounded, we should speak on a strategy and go over the details in detail.
And he nods.
Of course. My friend, you have been through much. You must rest. I'll call for them to carry you up to your room to aid you.
Any nods he's like, yeah. Although, I would prefer if, and at this point, Kelleen comes in.
Oh, Kelleen.
He walks in and she looks at Sildar, looks at you, looks at all of you, just like, you're all a mess. She says, I don't know what I can do here, but I'll do my best. And she, has a basket with her, with a bunch of the things that she needs. And
thank you for coming.
starts.
He's most gracious. You grace us with your presence. You have not been troubled by any more sightings of this Red Hand, or no strange sights around your farm village? I expect the militia have arrived.
She looks up smiling and says, no, we've been alright.
Excellent. I want to keep you.
And she just looks at Sildar's wounds. She's can see that he's only got really one major wound since he was healed by Morthos. Got this major scimitar wound. Among a bunch of other bruises and cuts and things, but that's the main wound. And so she, applies a bit here, but she says, we may have to get Garel for this one. And at that point, Elmar, sorry, that was his name. Elmar speaks up and he says, well, he did say after, he just came to see me after you, and he said he was going to go and see her and bring her around as well. So she continues to just look over your wounds and says, you all, sir, what was it?
Goblins. The same kind which seem to infect these parts.
There are a few less now.
A few. Yes, I suppose that is true.
Yeah, she
thanks to your
looks
skill,
up, she's
Avalon.
he looks to all of you and says, wow, yeah, I can't imagine what they're looking like right now.
And at this moment, I sort of okay, is it time? But when we have a minute, I want to talk to you alone. There's
Of course.
something, but we'll speak about it later.
Of course. So we've been resting up. I'm getting something to eat. I do intend to see if I can speak with Elmar Barthen to the side alone. But however, yeah, maybe before that, while he's discussing, maybe with what's his name? Sorry, this guy we just rescued. Mental blank.
Sildar.
Silmar, that's it. Sildar, sorry. Yeah, I want to maybe have an aside with Avalok. What was it you wanted to mention?
He did hear exactly what they were talking about. Lakers found it was a pack, and that Misbegotten was a forge.
The Spell Forge.
The Spell Forge. No, I haven't heard that much about it, but I've heard enough to know that if you have a combination of humans and gnomes and dwarves trying to create something magical, especially pulling magics from the far reaches, you know exactly what's going to happen. And we saw it. Apparently, you've read in history books the war itself. If this thing is still present, if not on our plane or whatever, there are going to be many people trying to find it. Goblins, humans alike. Even your friend, was it from the Lord's Alliance, would love to have something like that too. increase
course.
the standing in Neverwinter.
Of course.
And they never, and especially considering it 600 years ago, they didn't even consider was it the High Lords of the elves to come and observe.
Do you suppose this is an ancient artifact left by the Ilfan Empire?
Distinct feelings make sense of the location and the years that were said beforehand. We best be careful. I mean, if this thing maybe near Cragmore was castle, as they've called it, goblins have, well, no really innate ability for magic more than any other creature, but you never know.
You do never know. I'm not sure if
unbeknownst.
it's located close to Cragmore Castle, however. It
If
must be
it's broke-
somewhere. It's, of course, this land has been ripped and shifted and changed in the last few hundred years. However, I have a proposition, Avalak. I know of this is of particular interest to you and to me, and perhaps I may offer you a deal, perhaps, an offering about an exchange. I wish to, well, as we know, should we aid these people into establishing this, establishing access to the Spellforge, if it is indeed still functioning and still a powerful presence, it would be most foolish to allow this backwoods farm village to hold responsibility over such an important artifact which predates possibly your culture and your histories, along with this entire region. In addition, what's not to say that the mistakes of the past would repeat itself if this item of great power is not properly protected and defended. This is my suggestion, my offer. I would like to safeguard this, if this is in fact real and functioning. I would like to safeguard this and have it be held under the control of the Church of Awakens in Neverwinter. In exchange for your aid in this establishment of control over this powerful item, you will be given full unrestricted access to this item at any time of leisure for yourself.
Well,
you understand such an item, such an artifact would be very useful in maintaining control over a region.
well,
And-
potentially. But I don't. The thing is, if I have full control of it, there's one
Access.
condition: access. Exactly. That's the problem in itself. I'm not saying I don't trust you. I'm just saying that maybe the members of your church are not unfamiliar with these magics. They predate as you said, even my culture. So
Perhaps. However, I understand your concerns, and they are very valid concerns, but I will not allow anyone from my church and of my order to simply take this from my grasp. I will establish myself and make sure my position is held to become necessary and irreplaceable.
can you assure this?
Absolutely. If I cannot assure it, then I don't believe this should be discovered.
Yes, actually, you do have a very valid point. There's little potentials at this given time. Well, I say, well, I'll take consideration of your suggestion. And in if time we do find it, if it's still one piece or to whatever state it may or may not be in, then we'll make a decision then.
I suppose, but what are your other options, though?
If we
I
do find it.
will promise and allow you full access to this device. The others will not. You have my word. But we'll speak of it on another time.
No, said I was it. Take your word on the time, and we'll see how was it the sands of time sort of shift.
Indeed. Now, having had that scene, I want to take a moment to maybe speak with Elmar Barthen. Take him aside, as maybe perhaps he's finished
he's still around.
speaking with Sildar.
He's
Elmar.
just sitting in a chair in the common room. He stands up.
Elmar, may I speak with you?
Yes.
Great. I wish to ask you a few things. How are the funds progressing and the armament of the militia and Darren? Has Darren managed to find something suitable for at least the defense of the town? Did I see any sort of militia walking around the town or anything like that? Or
No.
Not
He
yet?
says yes. So Darren and I had a meeting, and we brought Toblin along as well. We believe something has to be done,
Oh, indeed.
and we're in agreement that it will be done, one way or another. However, we have a thorn in our side, so to speak. Not so much a thorn as a dead weight. I'm talking about Harbin Wester, the townmaster. Ever since we've been accosted by these red brands, they've been shaking us down, ruining our business. Harbin has done very little. They have absolutely intimidated him. He's terrified of them, and has urged us that they're no real trouble really, and that they're just a mercenary guild, and they're protecting us. We're all
They're
furious at that.
protecting us.
That's what Harbin had said to Toblin, and and he says Toblin hates Harbin, can't stand him. To let this happen. I mean, try say that to Colleen. She's lost family,
Oh, indeed.
and and he says, that's how it went down 10 days ago. Thel, her
I see.
husband, he's a woodworker. He stood up to them. They came in. They wanted to shake down his shop. He said, "Fuck you, no." They killed him, kidnapped his brother.
Yes. Well, I have a proposition. I believe that to ensure the continual prosperity and safety of this township, and to aid in the formation and the training of a militia so that you're able to defend yourselves against further attacks, being robbed and being taken advantage of by brigands and orcs and other foul creatures that infest these lands, and also to either safeguard the prosperity and the continuation of Neverwinter, which is so taken by disaster after the explosion of Mount Hotnail. I believe it is within my interest, as you'll no doubt understand, to establish a Church of Joaquin in this town, and with that be able to safeguard trade routes and bring divine protection and order to this particular region. I require support for that, and I fear that if what you tell me is true about this Harbin, that I will have difficulty in persuading him. I simply ask for your support. I will aid you with this Harbin issue and come to a agreeable end to this inaction, this pitiful inaction and cowardice. For return, I ask that you give your vocal support for the establishment of this temple, this shrine, and this headquarters. Of course, I don't.
And
there would be no
at this
reason
point,
why-
he says, "What do you speak of? A grand building or a shrine? What are you asking of me?"
It will be meager in the beginnings, of course, but however, it will serve as a headquarters so that business between the church and this town, this village, may be conducted, and the protection of Joaquin, who of course is the goddess of trade and coins and roads, may be given and blessed upon this town to safeguard its prosperity. That is simply the reality of it.
He says, I'm just a simple
All good
business owner,
things.
but if you can help bring more protection to us, where
And
currently we have
prosperity, of
none.
course. More coin will flow through these
Yes.
streets. And you
As
will
well.
be aiding the re-establishment and the rebuilding of Neverwinter, which the Church of Wakin is heavily invested in.
He says, that's all good and all, but my life is here.
Of
Neverwinter
course,
is.
no. You're
you know.
not. Do not require you to leave. No. You have a very important position here. However, I'm just
And
asking for your
he's saying-
support in.
He's just saying. He's like, look. Right now, up until the Red Brands, I enjoyed my business. I had few people I had to pay. Will this be more cost to me? What will be their impact here?
No.
He says, he smiles. He says, "Sorry, I like you, but I'm a businessman. I need to know how this is gonna work."
So he's asking.
He's just asking, like, will he have to pay? Like, what will he get out of it?
Oh, you misunderstand, my friend. You will not be required any resources to be exchanged for the establishment of this temple. This will be entirely financed and taken care of by the church itself. All I ask is for your vocal support, as you are a prominent member in good standing with the town. You are well known, well respected, and loved by the populace. That is obvious, and as well for a very good reason. Simply, as you have mentioned, this harbour is useless in dealing with these problems and these murders that happen blatantly on the streets. These robberies, these people who come in and take away the hard work that these people do, the hard work and the toil in the mines, and them risking their lives, and gathering food from the fields. These people, this red hand comes and takes that from you, and the person who was meant to lead you and organize a defense, this harbour, has done nothing. So I will aid you in making sure that issue is resolved with efficiency. In addition, for return, I just require your vocal support for the building of this temple, of this shrine. It's for establishment of the headquarters of the church.
He leans back and he nods. He's
There will be no necessary funds from you, no necessary support in any measure, just by your good graces and your goodwill.
He says, well, from what I've seen, and he nods kind of towards you, all the people who have told me about Joaquin have brought nothing but good fortune and recovered, what losses we've encountered. So, yeah, if you and your church were to come to this region, you would have my support.
You have my undying thanks. I will aid you in this issue of the Harbin. I do not wish to see any more tragedy befall this place. I've grown quite accustomed to this place. It reminds me of my home. I used to live in Thunder Tree, about 2 days' ride from here. It is a similar village to this one. This region is very familiar to me in that regard.
And at this point he says...
True, by the way.
He actually says, I understand, I'm worried that recent events will tear this town apart and I'll have to set up shop somewhere else, so...
That will not happen.
My roots are here and I'll protect them.
Very good. And may we come to mutual benefit from our business dealings in the future. The more coin and the more commerce and peoples that flow through this town. As you know, you are a businessman, you own a business. That is in direct correlation with success. I do not wish to take any more of your time. I give you my thanks.
He says, okay. When, we did have, some points of business about the militia that came up in the meeting that we had. With Darren, Toglin, and myself. We also invited, Lenine Greywind with us as well. She runs the local Lion Shield Costa. All kinds of adventuring gear, your basic weapons and armor. She herself has been hit quite hard by the red brand,
I can imagine.
and while she does not have a lot of supplies, you mentioned that there was a caravan of hers that went missing recently. A new shipment from Neverwinter. From what she found out, was assaulted by goblins, and the supplies were taken.
I see.
She said that she has very limited stock right now, but if she could get her shipment back, she could arm us.
That would be great. However, of course, as I mentioned as well, I did put down 20 gold investment into this militia myself. Was not the initial investment of the 20 gold at least be able to at least lightly arm the few militia?
And he said, the money's there, but we just don't have the resources. I mean,
do you not have iron pickaxes, pitchforks? Anything
and
basic?
at this point he just says, it's been a day. We've yet to spend the coin. We had our meeting.
I'm looking like, these dwarfs do nothing quick. Now I remember why I hate dwarfs.
He's human. He's human.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, Elmar Barthen's a human.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a
did
dwarf.
I say he was a dwarf?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think
No, I
so.
thought it was originally the dwarf.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. No,
Okay.
So he says, you all set out this morning at dawn. We all had to attend to our own affairs in the morning. We met over lunch, and it's been just 2 or 3 hours since the meeting.
I see.
We spoke with Darren and Lenine.
At least in
Tobin
terms
spoke
of
his piece on Harbin, but Lenine told us that she's out of stock.
that needs to be, of course, mended. You at least tell me that you are able to find would-be recruits for the militia. Are they available? Would there be peoples in this town who would be able to be hired in the first place?
That's our other obstacle. Most of the people here are miners. They prospect their own, and
they will be paid, of course.
Yes, through the miners' exchange. So we weren't able to get a hold of Halia today. I believe she was quite busy. However, we think she would be interested as well. She runs the miners' exchange, so when the miners go prospecting, either in some of the local mines and caves, or they venture out, to prospect down in the outlying regions, they can bring their minerals back to Halia. She will value and pay them for their finds. She has been, also harassed by these red brands, and
of course,
being one of our main industries here, she would definitely have a vested interest in seeing them cleared out and driven out.
Yes, and perhaps the establishment of some sort of peacekeeping force, which is lacking in this region, to my great surprise. So this Lenine, if we were able to establish contact with this shipment and deliver it, then we'll be able to find the necessary equipment and personnel to arm this militia.
He says that's still, we've got to figure that out. I mean,
of course we have to figure that out, but that is incredibly important. So otherwise, what happens if a tribe of owlbears comes down from the woods?
At this point, he's getting quite irate. He's saying, "Look, I understand that we need for this to happen. We're trying to make it as quick as we can, but I'm just trying to give you the lay of the land here. I'm making you aware of the problems, and we're doing the best we can."
Good. That is all I'm asked for. I simply.
He says,
I apologize.
I don't know what kind of army or temples you want to raise here. We just want to keep living our lives. You
I do
know,
not wish to
and
raise
I
any
mean,
sort of army.
if we were to get militia, I mean, they would have to come from the mines probably. You know, and
Yes.
we'd have to convince them, obviously, to protect their own,
To pay
put
them,
themselves
they will
in,
be
to
paid a
put
wage.
themselves in harm's way.
They will be paid a wage for this. Instead of working on the mines, their job will be in militia and keeping order, patrolling these roads which are infested with goblins. Look, I do not wish to irate you. I have just spent the evening with Miss Adelleaf, Miss Adelleaf, and it was definitely distressing. Her tale telling me, and what you've just told me, the tale of her death of her husband. A death which could have so easily been avoided. You must understand, people are dying. That is simply my position in this.
Mm. He nods and says, "I understand. Perhaps we should talk more tomorrow on this."
Yes, most definitely. I will stay in touch. I thank you for your time. I bow respectfully. Oh, these freaking country hicks don't do anything. I'm just completely like, this is important. You guys are dying and being robbed. Nothing like Neverwinter. Everything down there is really quick and savage.
Like in terms of time, you know, you brought this idea to Barthen the night before, quite late at Gilmore's performance.
Oh, of course. Well, this should be
They've
instant.
had less than a day.
Yeah, this should be instant, but
there are political things going on in this town. Harbin is Harbin's a spanner in the works, and everyone has their own motives. But there are potentially reasons things aren't happening.
I deem to find out. I'm very suspicious. Okay.
How you guys feeling?
Yeah, good.
We've been going for roughly 3 hours.
Yeah.
I've got a few like I've got a lot of things I could go down if you guys want to keep going for a little bit, or
I mean, if there's like another little scene we can kind of do, or another little side thingy which could happen, yeah. Otherwise, let's start the beginning of something.
Okay, so at this point, an elven woman enters the common room, and approaches with Toblin as well. And they approach Sildar, and if anyone's around Sildar, you'll see Toblin introduce Sildar to Sister Gorel, who is a just double check. She So Sister Gorel was I think I have a thing for her, actually.
Is she purity?
She's pretty.
Yeah. There's not gonna be elves.
Oh no.
Elves.
Elves.
Elves
Yep,
is...
purity.
So,
Got weird hands.
you know, a stern-looking elf with a deep brown-red hair and folded-over robes. Hooded. She has a traveler look around her.
Wood elves.
I've actually had... I decided not to put her details in here, but I've got them here. So Toblin introduces Sister Grell to Sildar, and says that she's a cleric of Timora, and will be able to administer some healing to him, and he agrees and says, yes, please, that would be good, just enough to keep me going.
Timora. Interesting.
So is anyone right around nearby?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely nearby.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm resting there and drinking and just
So
recovering from a little bit of post-traumatic stress after.
She clutches her holy symbol and starts to and places her hands on him and, running her hands over this wound, covering it. There's a glow beneath, and, she removes it, and it's nothing but like a faint, a faint mark remains that is still kind of healing over. And you can visibly see color return throughout Sildar, and much of the cuts and abrasions over him, are covered in. And then she withdraws her hands back and ceases her chant, and folds her holy symbol back into her robes. And you hear Sildar say, "Thank you for coming all the way in. I know it's quite a decent way from the shrine, but I
Excuse
thank you."
me, milady. From where do you hail, one?
She says yes.
Greetings, my name is Tiber
I-
Siege.
Ah, greetings.
From
Master
where does
Siege.
one who serves the lady who smiles hail from? The lady who smiles
I'm-
is just another way of saying Tamora, yeah.
She says, "Oh, I live here, in the town. I camp out by the Shrine of Luck, on the outskirts of town."
Ah. Where is it located?
It's on the south of the town.
Thank you. I
So
must have
she
missed
says,
that.
it's it's a fair way south of town, but as I'm currently on a pilgrimage. I've been in this area for some time now, and just praying.
Most interesting. I am a servant to Wakeen, a goddess of trade. No doubt you've heard about her.
I
I
know of
believe-
Joaquin.
I believe your goddess and my goddess were good friends at some stage. They keep on fair terms.
Mm.
It is good to see one of your order in these parts. We definitely need luck.
Yes. Although, more than ever, we are praying for it.
Indeed.
He, stands up. She was kneeling beside Sildar, and stands up. She's quite tall, elvish, and says, and looks at all of you. She's like, "Do any of you need healing?"
And this point was that I started to actually speak. I was just and just announced the fact of my name, so I'm Avalac. I wouldn't mind if you have a look at the wound I sustained beforehand. It was healed by, and I'm just trying to look for Gilmore at this point, but then I remember you're still up in.
I'm doing my
yeah,
long
but,
rest.
long rest and stuff like that, and then I just sort of give up for a second. I'm like, never mind. But I just want to
Okay.
more
She
or
takes
less
a look. She comes over. After she sees you pointing around and can see that your robes, were soaked. Even despite her piety, you can tell that she goes, "It's a shame for an elf to bleed." She's still has that kind of carries a little bit of that elven grace, even not
Yeah,
slight
never get rid of it.
superiority. It's very difficult for them to hide that sometimes. She hurries over to you with a sense of kinship and looks over and sees that it is, in fact, healed up and healing. She says, "There's very little I can do. This should be fine in the next day or two."
No, it was just a second pair of eyes. I wasn't too sure. The magic
She
that
says,
healed it,
absolutely.
the magic that healed it was quite well. It wasn't of our half elves doing entirely, which I was just making sure wasn't anything to untoward. But no, it rested my mind at ease.
You see me out of the corner of your eye, but like just smiling and chuckling slightly to myself, as if some sort of private joke in my head. As I'm
Yes.
inspecting
Sensible
a
measures.
half
And
surveyor.
she turns around, says, and Typer,
Yes.
do you need looking at?
I believe I am of as good health as I can manage. However, I would ask for a blessing from one such as you.
And she
Blessing of
cocks
luck.
her head sideways, just like, I mean, as well, of course, however, if you do not consider it an encroachment upon your own faith, be happy
No.
to
There would
bless
be
you.
there would be no reason why. After all,
So she
part of finance, part of successful finances and endeavors and investments, there is a good deal of luck behind it.
nods and, comes over to you and says some words, and prays, speaking, speaking of fate and fortune, and I guess, some of this will resonate with you as well, Rue, who, studies the divinations of the arcane arts and understands that, that fate and fortune and rhyme and reason are all somehow, this big wheel that will just keep spinning, and that, pray for, things to land in a way that, keeps everyone safe and well.
And as she comes, as I come closer and bow and receive the blessing, I do take this moment as well to at least investigate. I don't know. I want to see. She's very strange. She seems to have come out of nowhere, and she's very. I'm a little bit curious, or maybe a little tad bit suspicious about her. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe there's something odd about her garments, her anything out of place which I can possibly pick up on. It's kind of like a long shot, but.
Okay, so roll insight.
Roll insight? Okay. Not good. I get a total of 8.
Yeah, she seems straightforward. From what you can tell.
And nothing too, like, in terms of her gear, her garments, anything which strikes out as particularly odd or anything come to mind.
No. I mean, I mean, you can see, like, she's got
No
mud
blood
on her
stain
boots
she
and-
tried to wash out and
Yeah,
nothing like that, yeah.
There's no Lady Macbeth going on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, she's just in a regular gear. I guess. Yeah, I mean, like. She seems regular. Like.
Yeah. Nothing that I could pick up on, or just everything back up. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, she seems like perhaps a little, just generally flustered. Just like realizing that all these people are hurt. Like, while not primarily a she's trained as a healer and is proficient as a healer, but she seems like quite like wow, like a lot of. She seems like quite upset about recent happenings with, the attacks on the people of this town. Like she seems quite fond of the people of this town, and perhaps you get the sense she's slightly like overwhelmed as she's had a few requests like this. You would gather that she's probably the one that would say words at a funeral, recently or anything like that, and so she, seems a little flustered by, all of the injuries and things that are around her right now.
I give you my thanks, my lady, and I've switched over to Elvish and kind of practicing my Elvish tongue a little bit. I give you my thanks, my lady. You have been long within this community. Have you not?
Oh, I didn't catch that because I was yawning.
Oh, sorry. You have been a well-established part of this member of this community, are you not?
She says, not for very long.
Not for very long. Oh, I see. I have
But
recently
she
just
says,
accompanied
I was-
myself with my
Okay.
my good friend there, Avalok. We are here to aid in the establishment of order and safety in this town. No doubt you've heard about this Red Hand, which has been terrorizing the nearby villages.
She says, yes,
Yes.
yes, all of us.
Yes.
Yes,
the
I've heard.
tragic demise of. Speak on lower voice. The tragic demise of Queelan's husband. Most foul treachery indeed. We are here to help in any way we can.
That is good.
Mm.
I remember that day.
Yes.
It was less than 2 weeks ago.
So soon.
It was 1 day from now. I'd only just arrived in the town very recently, and everyone was sad and grieving. The whole place looked stricken. No one was on the streets.
Well, I hope we can be of service to this town and this fine community, and of course I hope that I can maybe graced by your presence again soon, but perhaps under a better circumstance than aiding in healing hands.
And she says,
I'm trying to basically flatter her, trying to get on her good side. So yeah, I don't know if you want me to roll something, but yeah, that's what I'm kind of trying to do. Yeah.
But that's okay. She's actually now just said, well, actually there is something I'm having trouble with.
Please speak your mind. Avaloc.
And Avaloc, you're here as well?
Mm-hmm.
And she says to both of you, she says, well, I was sent on this pilgrimage by my superiors. Come pray at this shrine of luck. But I was also tasked with something else. I have been tasked to converse with a banshee.
My eyes stop as like my inside, my mouth drops. It doesn't happen, but I'm just like, look, okay. My head goes down slightly as I look at it, like, okay.
You've merely jest, don't you?
So,
I try to keep an aura of pleasantness as much as possible.
Sorry, one sec. I just need to pull out a map in front of me.
Fucking banshee? What the fuck is she thinking? Kill her.
Help, she's a potential ally for my schemes. I must control this town. More allies. I need support.
Need my web.
I need my church.
So she says,
yeah, go ahead.
Far up to the east, it's rumored that not far from the town of Conyberry, there is a banshee called Agatha, who in her lair dwells with an ancient knowledge of a spellbook my superiors had discovered. They discovered its existence, but not its location. My superiors have asked me to find out the location of this spellbook. They believe that whoever Agatha was a powerful mage, and they would like to make sure that this spellbook is safely recovered. They believe that Agatha, and from what we've heard from the villagers of Conyberry, is that this banshee will appear for a trade if you offer her some fancy trinket, a nice brooch, or in my instance, and she pulls out a silver comb. My superiors gave me this to offer the banshee. However, I feel that my presence has offset this, and I have tried 4 times now, but the banshee will not appear for me.
I think the endemic problem here is because that is silver. It's a banshee. There's an aversion to it. But perhaps this is a different banshee. I'm not too terribly sure.
Hmm.
She shrugs and says, "Well, my superiors at the temple gave this to me, and from what we've heard, other silvery has worked. However, for me, it has not appeared. Perhaps it can detect my presence, or I'm not sure."
Perhaps that is of some small fortune, though it stops you from aiding in your quest. Such a banshee.
She says,
How do we know that it will not simply attack you or try to possess you, or some other foul occurrence?
We believe it is. We believe Agatha, this banshee, is in limbo and seeking rest.
I see. Well, then that would
However,
need
I
to
have found
be
it difficult to
addressed.
converse. Yes.
I see. Well, if you are having trouble with this, milady, then perhaps we can be of some assistance. We cannot, of course, promise success, but we will at least look into this ourselves, and perhaps if there is a way that we can aid in the recovery of this item of curiosity, then we're glad to be of assistance to you.
And she nods and she says, "Well, we can discuss it later, should you wish. Coneyberry is, more than 2 days' travel from here."
Yes.
And she looks at Silda and says, "For now, I think you might have more pressing matters to attend to."
Yes, of course. However, this is still of a great deal of importance, if it does concern the Church of tomorrow, and of course the eternal soul of this Agatha you speak of. Then yes, it is most fitting that we of the cloth and of faith should make sure that the spirits move on.
And she smiles and says, "I thought you may understand."
Yes.
And the potential dangers of a spell book was falling into the wrong hands is usually was a cause for concern. I'll be happy to assist once we've dealt with the troubles here, I assume.
A fair point, Abalak. Yes.
And she bows her head and thanks you, and she asks Toblin for she goes over to Toblin to arrange herself some lodging for the night in town.
Very good. As she, well, I won't keep you, milady.
And she bows.
I will keep this in mind, and if there is anything which comes to mind, and if our current events here are resolved, then we will definitely look into this for you.
And she also says, "That's good. Feels like around here trouble is brewing. And not just here in Phandalin. I feel like it's spreading further east and further north."
That is why it is up to
I've
us
heard-
to guide
She
and
says,
to protect.
"I've heard troubling rumors.
Oh?
Just this afternoon, I was visited by Darren.
Yes.
He says some folk believe there are some undead seen up around the old owl well, the half day south of Coneyberry."
Oh, I see. Are there still... Forgive me, I'm not up to date with current events. Are there still orcs infesting the old owl well? I recall there was some campaigns against them led in the past.
She says they have been spotted. Yes. Around that area, all along that eastern ravine.
Indeed. There is forgive my knowledge, there is a village in Old Alwell? A settlement, perhaps?
She says, I think so. I'm not sure.
Yes, it's
I didn't
quite
travel
far
down
away.
that way.
Indeed, it is.
I went further north of Coneyberry through my
Yes.
travels. I went directly through to Agatha's lair.
Interesting. I thank you for these news. This will become most useful information. we expect to be traveling through the area, and so you grace us with this information. I give you my thanks. I bow.
Yeah, and she nods and she bows and starts to make her way up to her room.
And she's an undead Abalak. And a fair maiden as well. I look at you and smile slightly.
Oh dear. Basically, I shoot him I was looked at as a kid thoughts.
Not thinking of family now, are you, mate?
So, you said you did not have a wife? Avalon?
Oh, it's like, at this point, you do like to pry, don't you? It's the second time you've asked. As I stated beforehand, there may be someone who I truly love, but I mean, it's neither here nor there at the moment. We have troubles to attend to, and maybe I'll reveal more later on. We'll see.
Forgive my prying, Avalok. I am but a young human after all. I am not wizened and blessed with the ancient ages of the elves and their knowledge and finesse. You may call it jealousy, if you wish.
Oh, yes. Well, was it one day, you might see was in the grand old age of how long do you humans live to? I forget.
Oh, the ripe old age of 60 years, perhaps 70.
How do you learn?
Quite quickly. And we...
Evidently so.
Indeed.
Alright. So unless there's anything else that you'd like to happen, or any conversations with anyone in the vicinity, is there anything that you'd like to happen right now?
I think that kind of wraps me up. I have had a lot of things. That kind of wraps me up. I mean, I might want to maybe have a chat later on, maybe for another session, to Darren and ask him about how things are going. But other than that, no, I'm good for you. For today, at least.
Yeah, more or less, I was going to ask, because considering we've actually got a few things now, it's actually sort of branched out. I suppose, actually, this is a quick one.
I probably want to talk to Lenine later about this caravan, information on this caravan.
The caravan itself, that I was sort of thinking of, but I mean, just in the terms of, considering that sort of thing's sort of done now, what are we thinking? Is the castle the sort of main...
so you're talking about what should be our focus? Oh, we can do it in character.
Yeah.
To answer that question, well, I'm not sure, Evermark. Perhaps, where is Gilmore? Gilmore!
He's upstairs.
I knock on his door. I walk inside. I don't wait any longer. What horrors do I see?
Well, what you see in the not in the corner, but kind of scattered all around the room, you see the sticks that I had previously carried up. They're being shapishly lent together to make little tents, and roped around the top to try and hold them. And you see some weaved around the sides, and it's obvious that I'm trying to create something here. And a lot of them, there's a lot of piles that have fallen over, and I'm passed out on the bed in my long rest.
I walk up and I see what I assume to be witchcraft. I walk in, and for a second I look at him. I bound with heavy footsteps. Gilmore! I think you're maybe dead, or you've overdosed or something on your bed, or anything. I shake you for a second, but I realise you're breathing after... Gilmore!
I wake up with a...
What is this?
I'll
just barge into your room and ask you what your stuff is. What is this?
I was just practicing making shelters.
Oh yes, of course, very important. Yes, good. Sit up.
I still have no idea what's going on. I sit up and absentmindedly reach my right hand out trying to find my loot or something, and it's not there, and I just feel out of place. And then I'm just, why are you in my room?
Oh, very good question. I don't know. Morthok, where's Morthok? Avalak, get Morthok.
Yep.
And I'm
Well,
sort of
Avalok's
looking.
hit too?
Yeah, I
So
walked in behind.
Morthos is not far behind.
Okay.
His signature is
There he
kind
is.
of curious and
I'm just rubbing my face, my hair. I'm just like, what do you want? Go away.
We need to
And
decide our
that
next
go away
course
is a
of action.
persuasion roll. Damn it! Just
Yeah.
wake up. Too fresh.
I resist with a natural 20!
what was that roll?
It was a persuasion roll.
Nah, it's not working on me today. Shut up!
Here, we'll go to the
I hit you across the head.
I'm just like,
Well, he's conscious. I suppose we can start sort of talking about it.
We
His
need to
opinion.
decide our next course of action.
I start looking at you like,
Our
honey,
next course of action.
we need to get paid.
Yes.
Just gonna show you some of the character cards, like every now and then.
Oh, very nice. Our next course of action. We had this issue with Cragmore Castle and the rescuing of Gundran, our employer. In addition, there seems to be this red hand bandits who seem to be terrorizing this nearby region. But in addition, there is no militia organized in this town, so I am a little bit loath to leave this town without Red Brand.
You notice me stop paying attention.
Yeah, I look at you, stop paying attention. I just speak to Avalok and more. I've given up. I've tried.
And I sort of look over you towards Gilmore and just say, "Oh, yeah, fair enough. Continue. Sorry."
Yes. In addition, there is this Red Brand who seems to be terrorizing this village. However, they have no militia, so they have no means of defending themselves. Of course, I've learned recently that there is a mayor, a leader of this town, but a dwarf or a man, Mr. GM?
He's a man.
A man by the name of Harben, who
That's right.
is a useless clout who seems to be bent into a bowl of cowardice and seems to be hiding, believing that this Red Brand is of no consequence and of no danger to the town, whereas in fact we know otherwise, that the halfling husband of Miss Adderleaf has been killed by these people, and her son almost kidnapped by them. I have promised that I aid Elmar in resolving this issue with Harben, and at least establishing some meager semblance of control and order. I believe we should do that first. However, we should also go by Lenine. She has a caravan that she's missing, and this caravan has many supplies. If we were to able to once again find this caravan and deliver it, then that should give us the means in order to be paid, in addition to safeguard this town's militia.
Well, it seems the establishment of security would be the most prudent. Stable
Indeed.
base to finding the caravan to having enough. Oh, look, he's cute.
Adorable. Yeah, 100% I like him. Yeah. Yes.
Exactly. So, but I
Absolutely.
mean, we also have problems of a more magical nature. That indeed it might be self-evident some of the things that are actually happening around this region at the moment.
Yes.
The magic forward that can potentially could be or not be existing,
Indeed.
that we might need to discover and find if it exists. But also the onset of vampires, apparently.
Vampires.
So, oh, hang on, it was Banshee, wasn't
Banshees.
it?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, fuck,
Yes,
Banshees, yeah.
Banshees, of course.
Thinking of Broxador. Yeah.
Yes.
Banshees as well, so.
In aid of the kind-hearted Sister Gunroll.
Gunroll, there you go.
Yes. Yeah, I believe that perhaps we should have a look into the. Yes, I agree with you, Avalok. We should have a look into the safeguard of the militia, safeguard of this town, so we know that if we do succeed in recovering Gundra, that we don't come back to a town which has been raided and pillaged by orcs or owlbears or this red brand.
Combinations of both.
Combinations of both I've seen examples of. Foul creatures. They eat a man. A horseman, in fact.
Horseman.
A horseman. A centaur, however you name them.
Centaurs.
Yes.
Oh, right, of course. Seen centaurs. I'm surprised. I didn't think you went anywhere. Was it out of Neverwinter?
I have seen drawings and bestiaries in the Neverwinter libraries.
Oh,
At least
so you've never written
the
one.
sections which weren't burned down in the volcano ash. You can imagine the damage it does to paper and parchment.
Oh, of course.
Of course.
So you've never ridden a centaur?
I have never seen one. I've seen illustrations of one. Have you seen one? I got getting sidetracked.
Was it the fact of yes, I have actually seen one.
There's two nerds just talking about like centaurs. Oh, this is interesting. Oh yes.
It's interesting now. And again,
yes.
the fact and all that there was, they were territorial ones of people. Great knowledge, able to roam the lands as their own, and also, when become was a close-knit community, being able to was actually go on their backs and ride them.
Of course, I recall mention of a gnome tribe who would ride them into battle, befriend them somehow.
No.
Such horrible stories. Surely a thing of nightmare told to children.
Oh, of course, just semblance of ideas, putting these two gnomes they were to get in contact with centaurs. Wait.
The creatures of
No,
Fae.
no.
The creatures of Fae. Most strange. But regardless, enough about centaurs. We will talk much about it. It's most interesting, these creatures, these men. How do they procreate?
I rub my face and I say, "Hey, when are we gonna go to the castle?"
Not soon,
Well,
you fool. We need
Let's
to
go.
establish control here. We need to establish a militia and safeguard these people. Otherwise, we'll be returning to an ash. These
Control doesn't matter.
Of course
they do what
it
they
does.
want.
Avalok. Oh, I have been trying to talk
Hang
to...
on, Tiber. And as I click, just a bright light just goes in front of Gilmore. There you go, Gilmore. Discover what that is.
I look at it for a second and then I just like move my head past, so it's like the lights here blocking my vision. I was just like,
And
"Why?"
at this point, I just moved
I
across.
get a little bit distracted as I look at that and say, tell me, Avalok, how... I've been speaking with Elmar Barthen about the establishment of a militia, and I must say this town is incredibly lax in protecting itself. It is most bizarre. It's as if it's a pain and a difficulty in order to keep themselves from being robbed.
These are villages on
User
the
joined your
outskirts
channel.
land. They wouldn't understand the fact of prompsium. The fact, if a cow gets lost or a child gets lost, it's basically just another day in their life. So
It is so
Man, that-
chaotic. It is just so...
I stand up off my bed and I start pushing you guys out of my room as we go downstairs.
Unhand me! I don't know where your hands have been.
Jeez, careful,
I
it
push
may
you
be
out of my
sorcery.
room.
I
And
actually
we
haven't
go
gotten
downstairs.
changed. I have gotten changed actually. Yeah, I'm in clean linen. That's the thing. However, my boots are still caked in goblin stuff, so I'll leave that on the floor for you.
That's alright. As we leave, I can just visitation it clean. Just boom, 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 boom. Done.
Oh, Morthos has returned!
Through the door he comes.
Indeed. But
He
yeah,
says it's witchcraft.
yeah. So we are in agreement. We should perhaps go to Lenin on the morrow, or perhaps later tonight, and figure out where this caravan has been lost. Seems to be a simple mission. It should give us some coin, and perhaps. Yes, I'm
Let us
feeling
go
quite
on the
light.
morrow.
Indeed.
We can drink and have fun tonight and rest for this long day.
Gilmore, do you have a weapon?
Sleeping.
I do not. Actually, yes, I do. I pull out the scimitar that I stole off the Nintendo, which I can't use.
Well, you can
I've got a
use,
weapon.
you're just not well.
Okay. I do have a weapon, and I hold one out, show it, and like do a nerdy ner face and wave it, and then put it back.
I'm surprised that survived.
Put my hand on my
blast.
flail just as you're pointing this sword at me, and just kind of like not really intimidated, but like yeah, well if you strike at me, I'm gonna kill you, like kind of So I'm just I don't know what to expect of this person, but it's good. We'll use it next time.
I look at you and I shrug, and
I don't wish to see you get hurt. You are a skilled fool. I would be ashamed to see you get hurt.
I take
Use
that
those
as
fine
the
fingers.
greatest compliment ever.
Well, that's the only
Anything
compliment
that
I'll
has
give you.
got to do with me being skilled and
Yes.
best, I'm just like instantly, yes, I like you. I put a hand on your shoulder and like, yeah, I'll buy you an ale when we go downstairs. Yeah.
I eye you and kind of take a hand. Yes, I will leave you to your rest. I walk out. Complete stickler in the mud, stick in the mud, just no one. Just completely like, yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. I take my light back into my hand, snatch it for a second.
I just like look at you across my arms. Really?
And I
It didn't
just,
work on me
more,
last time. It's not going to work now.
more of a sort of Alvin. Do you think I give a fuck? And just the more,
like-
not the saying.
And walk out. Let's do this and walk out.
Just,
Have a laugh. This is why our people should never intermix. Fools come out.
I guess. Oh, but it's strange though, isn't it? He's able to invoke magic. I don't.
I
I do actually get it,
I believe he's some
unfortunately.
sort of strange witch.
What with the buildings? He's
Of
up with the
course, and
six.
and the flutes and the lutes he plays, they are.
A moment, dear timer. And I walk back in the room or whatever, and I just from each of the different fortune made, I just take one stick off each, and they sort of collapse. And
I'm looking at you. I'm just standing there looking at you, like, because I was kneeling next to one. I just like, you start picking them up, like, not giving a care about me. I just stand up and I look at you and like, what are you doing?
for protection, and then I'll walk out.
I just like stare at these ruined things on the ground. I'm like, oh.
What do you have there, Avalok?
Potential witch sticks, whatever you want to sort of call them. Yeah.
We should keep our eye on him. He may bewitch us with his loot.
Yes.
Mm.
Sort of shakes one's head.
You mind if I have one of those sticks?
Sure. Yeah.
I put it away safely.
I'll research
That's
it
That's so
after.
suspicious of me.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But witches with your songs?
I want to go downstairs and talk to the innkeep, Toblin Stonehill. I want to talk to the innkeeper Toblin Stonehill and ask him if I can stay another night if I play music again.
He says, "Oh, absolutely! I'd be delighted. You wouldn't mind."
I said, wonderful. When should I perform? What time?
Just any time throughout the evening, as long as you put an hour or two in. I'll prop up a stool for you.
Wonderful, thank you. I won't do something as extravagant as last night. My voice is a little bit tired from today, shouting commands at the other three who have no idea what's going on.
Is Quaylen around? Is she around, or has she left?
Oh, she's in the tavern. She's in the bar.
Okay.
She's at the tavern.
Well, I approach her. Oh, we can roleplay it out, but I can just say, I just want to approach her and maybe say, greetings, Miss Quaylen. I seem to have business here in this town, and I require a place to stay. Would it be too much for me to ask that you once again bless me with your hospitality? I do not wish to impose. Whatever work around the farm I may be assistance of, I will happily aid you. Perhaps there are turnips in the field which need to be gathered.
And she smiles at you. She said, "I would really like that. I think Carp would like it too."
Fantastic. Gladly see to the supervision of the boy, so we make sure he doesn't get into any sort of trouble. Reminds me of my young boy back in the winter.
She said, "Oh, that's right."
Yes.
You just hear me giggle. No, I'm like from the bar. I'm just like leaning on the bar, looking
Gee.
at you. It's like,
Sure,
Thank
like,
you,
oh,
Mike.
look at this,
No.
look at this kind, strong human. You know, he could be a replacement husband, and I'm like, I have a son
Yeah.
in the winter. Oh.
Yep.
And she's still smiling with a very brave face.
I'm smiling,
Oh.
oblivious. Completely oblivious. Anyway, so...
Yeah.
Word.
If there's anything else anyone wants to do...
I think that's
I've
it for me.
Yeah, I've got one of my sort of was a background sort of traits things is research. Now, I think more about or how we decide what we wanted to sort of get done first. So it seems like the caravan thing is the thing we're going to move to.
Yeah.
More in all. Okay. So, say if I use my researching, is there anything extra I could possibly find out about, like, whereabouts of caravan, like, what exactly was carrying, anything to make our journey easier?
So in your you can do this kind of stuff in your downtime, so I'll say that this researcher trait needs to be like feasible. Like if you're in the city, you could go to libraries. For this,
I need to talk to people, I think. And...
Yeah, you would just need to talk to Lanine Greywind, who's the one that Exile mentioned, and she would have a manifest or something. So I can say that if you choose to study that in your or like go after, that's even you don't even need that feat to do that. That's just something you can do in your downtime.
Yep.
It's more like if you heard like of a new creature and you wanted to study up on it. Like if there was like a library or like any kind of place you could go research, you could go do that quite easily and get a lot of knowledge out of it, and I'd be able to divulge like some things about the monster type to you and things like that.
Yeah, no, because it was more, because I mean that's the thing. I would have then kind of sort of used in that case for the magic forge thing as well. So,
Okay.
but considering that we don't have really a library or anyone that sort of knows any more sort of around, I guess I'd have to wait until I get back to Neverwinter.
I think the wording of that feature is like, if you're unable to reasonably find it in like where you are, you would know where you need to go to read into it.
Okay, I see. So I'd have to so it's a whole. I need to track to the place. I need to find out where I need to actually learn about the thing.
Yeah. So when you don't have direct access to the knowledge, you know where that knowledge will exist.
Right.
Or like you have like a very good idea of where the knowledge will exist.
Right.
So for like looking into the forge of spells and things, I would say that like
You need like a library or something to look at.
Yeah, something nearby. Yeah.
So I would say that perhaps in the Town Master's Hall, there may be some old records and things that talk about older things, but as it was quite secret and unknown of, like it had always like existed in stories, but because the cavern was so lost and so buried, no one could actually find where the cavern was, because it was just, instead of it being an open cavern, like it's all caved in.
Nothing there.
So it was all indeterminate parts of the mountain range or deep underground. You know, people would always argue about that. So if records did exist of it, it'd be unlikely that it would. There may be some clues in the Town Master's Hall, just about the town being established, like, you know.
Oh yeah, no, of course, saying why
things like that.
It's built on
but
there,
for some more lore on the actual thing, you probably have to go, to one of the major towns or to a some kind of temple or arcane house that would have, books and legends on such things.
Especially being in the region itself. Okay, no, that's alright. Yeah, because I assume that because we're kind of on the outskirts here, it'd take quite a track to get to a arcane house or great library or anything like that to find stuff still within the region, but
enough. But I'll say in your
information.
downtime, if you choose to like look into this, I'll say that you can, study some of the,
definitely, anything like I will, go to the town master sort of.
And I'll just say that you've got that information. Should a piece of information come into your knowledge that starts to link them together or anything, your character will have knowledge of, like some background knowledge that could or could not be useful later.
Yeah, Because I mean, given the fact was that my character's quite high in was history as well as investigation, I assume that if any time I want to be able to put the sort of clues together, if rolls need to be done or anything like that as well. Yeah. Okay. No, that's cool. That's all I. A bit of a verification, but that's all good.
Cool.
All right. We're done. You're now taking a long rest, whether you're at the inn or at a desperate widow's farmstead.
I don't have to pay for that. It's great.
You can all mark 150 experience.
Yeah.
I think that just gets you over to level 3. I think.
Oh, day 50. I've got now. Where's the list thingy?
So, I'm not sure if you got my update during the week. So the first session you got 325. The second session was 375. Because they were very long and you got a lot more done. There were some milestones there as well. So I think if you could total, I've just kept it in the updates of the thing. So 375, then another 325, then you're now getting another 150.
Yeah, that gives it.
Is that right?
50. Yep, that's
No,
it.
50.
Does it? Just for milestone? Okay. Actually, so it doesn't push you over. I want you guys just to bump up to 900. So just for like milestone reasons.
Yeah, we did get Silmar back.
Yeah. So bring it up to 900. So make it another 200. I didn't realize my maths was so off there. And I actually realized in the first couple of sessions I gave out too much experience because I actually realized that instead of I'd just been calculating it the wrong way. But I feel like it's fair because we did lots in those and did a lot of things.
There's a lot of time to spend with it.
So you should all be at 900 experience and level 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh
There you
shit!
go.